Primitive Jill.
There she is. There she is.
Welcome to Jill's.
Can I offer you some tea?
Good tea. Nice house.
Would you make me some of that lo mein soup?
And if you can't believe it, it's a Friday once again.
Isn't that hot?
Extremely.
Greetings and felicitations.
I can save these people! Help me!
Many have said that. But you are the first I believe could do it.
Hello and welcome to Plomeek Teen Time number 138. Today we are finally getting into a science fiction television series that means a whole lot to me, right next to Star Trek, especially when I met my boyfriend, now husband. I showed him Star Trek and he showed me Stargate. And so it was a beautiful synergy of those two franchises coming together forever. So it's meaningful to me personally, and also it's a really fun series. And today we are exploring the pilot, the very first episode of the series. We're going to introduce Scotty R37 into this universe, and Children of the Gods does a great job of transferring you from the feature film into the TV show. And I love just every minute of it. And luckily today, everything I hoped for, especially having Gap After Dark here, I wanted to make sure that I had Scotty here to introduce the series and at least one other Stargate fan to get excited
to help
about
me
the show
figure it
with.
out.
Yeah. So thank you so much, Gap, for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm just so glad that the series gets so much love. I was able to find a beautiful transcript of the episode on Gate World, so that's going to be helping me with the notes of getting through the episode to talk about all the really great scenes and how this is constructed. This is essentially a cinematic episode of television that I could even call it a TV movie.
Yeah,
for sure. Yes, and it premiered July 27th, 1997. And it was 2 hours episode, and later on released as the Children of the Gods, the final, the director's final cut in 2009.
Yeah, the director's cut does some stuff to it. They update the special effects, but they also remove some scenes, and we'll talk about stuff like that. They do to it. Some of the changes I don't like so much. Some of the changes are good, like the music, because we've got Jerry Goldsmith's son doing the music. Joel Goldsmith.
I love the score of this episode. I think it's what carried me through it.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
and also just to boast, because everybody knows, and if Stone Racket were here, he would clap. But
yes, love it.
I do have. I actually have the first 3 seasons. This was one of my Facebook marketplace buy a box of DVDs, and so I do have the first 3 seasons, and so I got to watch this on this, and this is the original. And from what I understand, this is the one that you get to see boobs.
Yes, that's right. Right.
I was like, what?
That's right. This was the only episode with human nudity in it.
Yeah.
Which was later cut out for it's cut out now. But anyway.
Yeah, no, but it was something that I'm not often shocked by television. Sometimes I'm like, oh wow, but like I was like, what? Like I was actually taken aback.
Yeah, you have to remember, and I'm sure a lot of the chat will remember that Stargate SG-1 began on the Showtime network, so they were kind of allowed to show
more,
more than you would
a little
see
skin
on broadcast. Yes, a little skin.
My husband told me the story of when he first saw Stargate, and he saw it with his family. So it just so happened that serendipity got his mom to leave the room right at that moment, right before that scene happened. And so he's 12 years old, and he's like, wow, it's boobs. And his
I
dad was
apologize.
like, whatever, they're boobs.
I apologize for the swear, but there is, or it's not even a swear, but I do think that there is something that cannot be explained about seeing female nudity with your mom. It's weird.
It's weird, but he left the room. See, that's the good part of this.
Yeah, that's the great part. Yes.
That she wasn't there. He said I could tell the story, so thank you to my husband for letting me do that. We really did connect.
Well, thank you to your mother-in-law for leaving the room.
yeah. And yeah, I showed him Star Trek. He showed me Stargate. The first few times I was like, what is this? Why does this guy have this gold emblem on his head? I don't know what this is. And eventually I figured it out.
Okay, that actor.
Now he's my favorite.
Who
Christopher
plays
Judd?
Christopher Judge.
Like, he is an exceedingly attractive man.
Yes. Yeah, very powerful looking. And
which is also, like, if you go back to the film, don't forget that the guy who played Raw is an exceedingly attractive man. And so I think that is sort of aesthetically a bridge, which is interesting. The entire mythology of this show is fantastic. I was a big fan. I watched it for the first time today, and it was a crunch. That's why we're starting late. But this is great. I really like this. I give it like 8 out of 10.
I was almost like, I like the movie, but I think the TV show it expands the universe. It makes it more exciting.
Well, who plays Daniel?
Daniel is played by Michael Shanks.
Michael Shanks.
He is absolutely brilliant in terms of interpreting James Spader's mannerism and character. I think Richard Dean Anderson is absolutely glorious playing Colonel O'Neill. Like, everybody does a great job. And even in terms of the bridging, and it's like, oh, we've got the Admiral or whatever his name is. And it's like, oh, he took over for Admiral West. And then I was like, oh,
General Hammond.
General
General Hammond is a little hard in this episode, but he softens up a bit as we move along.
But I needed a hard authority figure. I don't know if that's dirty, but
I think
he is authoritative, but not an exact foil. He's a perfect foil for Jack.
Well, he's the guy who establishes the rules. Right.
And Gappy, you were saying?
Don S. Davis said some stuff before he passed that I could apply to this premiere, is that it was like everybody gelled extremely well together, and their performances were outstanding, and the writing was outstanding, and the cinematography, everything just came together in that bottle of light to begin the journey for Stargate SG-1. That's how I feel about this first episode.
From what I hear, wasn't part of that because Richard Dean Anderson is the producer of it and not just the actor, and he wanted there to be humor, and he wanted it to be an ensemble cast and not just all about him.
Yes, and it was also part of his. He had for the first several years on Showtime, it was also part of his production company, Richard Dean Anderson.
That's it. Wow. Okay, that's really, really fascinating. But before we get too much further into it, I've got to say hello to everybody in the chat.
Hello,
before
chat.
it runs away from me.
Hello.
Hello, everybody in the chat. And David Jones is here.
Everybody in the
and
chat.
What up, Kimberly?
Ben from Cinema Gold.
Benjamin.
Franco says, I'll be back later. I thought I was late.
Hey, Franco.
No,
Hey, Cree,
no.
Cree Franco, Cree Gavin.
Are they saying that?
No, I'm saying, like Cree from the Jaffa.
Attention. Yeah. So we got to
And
teach Scotty some Jaffa words. Cree means attention. I know a few. Hello, everybody, says Gavin. I'd like to... Actually, I've been meaning to do this for a while. I think I need Gavin, if you don't mind, being a moderator. If you don't want it, you can tell me later. But Gavin.
Are you wrenching people? Are you giving people keychains?
I've been wanting to give Gavin a keychain if he wants it.
All right. That's fine.
So,
who am I to argue?
Free.
I have a key.
And hello to Christian Fandom Geek.
Hey,
what
Christian.
up?
And yeah, I'm doing well. And Christian Fandom Geek loved Stargate. That's good. Oh no, Franco Walker thinks his DVDs got disc rot by now. Well, check them out. Maybe you're wrong.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is that my box set, I just popped in the disc and it was fine. It was aces.
And I keep mine in all my DVDs, all my 1800 DVD Blu-rays out of sunlight and in controlled environment.
Do you have a humidor for your DVDs?
I do.
How did you know, Scott?
I was joking, but it turned out to be science.
A good place. Hello.
Because back in the day, they were expensive. Well, they're getting super expensive again. But I was like, for an investment and to be able to buy what you want to watch over and over again, you better take really good care of them. And physical media rocks. And Stargate, I had to protect it and my Star Trek and my Space 1999.
Well, and this is such an interesting thing because I have the first 3 seasons of Stargate SG-1 on DVD and I've never watched them. But part of the reason that I have my collection is because I want my own video store. And so when I go to my shelves and I'm like, well, I've never seen this before. Like, I want that. I want that curiosity. And this is a day that curiosity was fulfilled.
Well, that's exciting.
Sated.
Yeah, that's exciting for somebody who's just now setting their chevrons to begin their journey through the gate.
Exactly. What a great. And if you don't know what that means, you got to watch Stargate SG-1.
That's right.
Yeah, so many things are introduced in this episode, especially, and we see Walter, but I realized in the script he's not called Walter yet. He's called Davis.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite character is Kowalski, by far.
Oh.
Do bad things happen to Kowalski except for the bad things that happened to Kowalski?
I don't know. You'll have to see soon if you watch the first 3 seasons.
I'm going to have to. No, I haven't watched him yet. And so I'm just, apparently I'm in for tragedy. Okay.
Okay, Jill, I want to know when Scotty watches what goes on Kowalski's journey. And I want to know his reaction. I just can't wait.
Well, and now that Fallout is over, I need a new show.
You got one?
Yeah, you can watch ahead on this because I don't think I'm gonna be doing every single episode. I'm just gonna be picking and choosing the best ones, and because I don't think I'll be able to go through all of them in the pace that I would like to because it's not a weekly show. NZT says, I think it's the same producer as 21 Jump Street and Outer Limits here in Vancouver.
Well, not Z3PO. The thing is, and this is my favorite part about this production, is that I know it's Canadian. And it's like, oh, visit beautiful planets called Vancouver.
And British Columbia.
Yes, Bridgetown Studios.
And Lemon Pie is here. Hey, Lemon Pie.
Lemon.
Hey, Lemon.
We got some UK information here. The nudity was never in the UK version, but I have seen that version after much hunting the internet. Oh, I'm glad you
Oh
finally
my
did get to see it.
stars.
And it's full
You
form.
you had to go to the red light district of the internet to find a brief glimpse of bosom.
Did you type in Stargate boobs and it showed up?
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna see what happens when I
Oh my
punch
God,
in
no,
Stargate
Scotty.
boobs. I'm going to Google Chrome and I'm gonna see.
Wendy Trauma Warrior. Hey,
Hello,
so
Wendy.
great to hear from
Hey,
you.
Wendy.
Oiler
Okay,
Greg
Stargate
says,
boobs.
if my mom checked on what I was watching, it would always be the worst scene possible that was playing.
Hey,
The number one result in Google Chrome is a Reddit post from 4 years ago, and it is titled, "There were titties in episode 1?"
Oh my
So
God,
I'm glad I looked that up. I'm glad I looked that
Yeah.
up.
The only problem, I love the series, but apparently the people who created Stargate are not so happy with it. The director, Roland Emmerich.
Roland
and,
Emmerich,
Roland
yeah.
Emmerich, yeah.
They
And
wanted
Dean
to
Devlin?
make sequel movies. Yeah.
Yeah.
They wanted to make sequel movies, but they never got that because of this, and they don't like this. They're the only people in the universe who don't like Stargate.
But that's karma.
Are the creators of Stargate.
That's karma.
believe-
That's what happens when you steal the destruction of Praxis, motherfucker. Sorry, it's daytime. I'm not allowed to swear.
You know, I think that Roland Emmerich and Dean Devlin are involved in this Amazon MGM production. Let's just say that.
Really?
Oh, wow. Okay.
So they got
That's
over it.
interesting.
It's interesting, yeah. Wow.
I was
love what
curious.
Super neat.
Like who wrote Stargate, the first one? The movie.
Roland Emmerich and Dean Devlin.
Well, they still got paid for the show, didn't they? They must
On the
have been. Like
based
intellectual
on-
property.
Well, yeah, probably like, you know, how they say in Star Trek, based on characters created by Gene Roddenberry. I'm sure you get paid for that credit on the
What is
on
it?
the. I'm on my phone, so I can't search for
but
anything.
the creators of SG-1 are Brad Wright and Jonathan Glassner. And yeah, so they both separately said, let's do a Stargate thing. So they got put together to work on it. I think that's really neat. They both worked together on The Outer Limits. So they were a good team.
Yes, and this episode, a premiere episode, takes place 1 year after the events in the Stargate movie.
Right. And I like that. I think that's amazing in terms of when we hook up with O'Neill, when Jack shows up and he's like stargazing and everything, and this is a part of his life that is long behind him.
Exactly, and it's O'Neill, excuse me, with 2 L's. It was 1 L in the movie.
Yes.
Did I pronounce it correctly?
Yeah, it's fine. You can't tell the difference of O'Neill and O'Neill. You can't tell how many L's there are. So the only thing that's missing in this first episode is Dr. Janet Fraser. I was like, oh, where's Terry?
Oh, love!
Rothman?
I met her at Dragon Con in Atlanta, Georgia, and outside, and she is just as lovely, gorgeous in person, and her demeanor and her energy as she is in that show. And
I believe it.
I mean, she was just, you know, there was some things that we were talking about and doing outside that I can't share, but because she made me promise never to tell anyone.
Sure, of course.
So, but she was, oh my gosh, she was great. And
Were you like juggling knives?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Great.
We were
Super. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, and they were on fire. Alexis
Yeah,
Cruz
exactly.
comes back from the movie as Skara, which is amazing. And later on, we also get Shari's dad, or his dad also.
I met Alexis Cruz and Michael Shanks, and
Right, you met everybody, didn't you?
I've got an original set piece from the actual Iris from the show, framed and signed by those two. And I also have a piece of the Goa'uld ship. And oh yeah, Jill, I even have the 10th anniversary watch that they gave to the cast and crew. And the watch looks exactly like a Stargate. And you twist it and it opens the iris so you can see what time it is. And when you release the chevrons, it closes the watch. So if you need to see
But
what time it is, you turn the dial
you,
on the iris and it opens.
oh man, you should make shorts on all this cool Stargate stuff that you have. Do you know precisely whose watch it was?
Gosh, let me see if I can go and look in my. I think I have the watch real close here.
Gavin says the only thing missing from the rest of the series is more boobs.
Oh, here
Well,
it is.
everything needs more boobs.
It was a watch made. It was a 10th anniversary watch made for the cast and crew. It was by Master Replicas in London, and I got one of those.
Lemon
And
Pie in the chat
Nice.
says, I officially designate Gap a Stargate expert.
oh, love you, Lemon. Thank you.
Yes.
But yeah,
He
guys,
is.
I'm just like.
And Gavin says the same.
"Aw, you guys, we love you guys." I love Stargate, just like Jill does. It just came in the time of my life where I needed a fantastic escape, take me on a journey, and boy, next thing you know, it's 10 years later. I'm going to conventions. I have every officially licensed product from Stargate, including Stargate Legos or Best Lock, which is, I think, a Canadian company, and the bricks from Germany.
There is one quote which I think resonates from O'Neill's character from the movie that shows up in the premiere, and I love this just because I have a certain level of self-loathing, but I'll never forgive myself. But sometimes I can forget. Sometimes. And I think that basis, that character trait of Jack O'Neill is important. Like, it's important to his story, or at least what I've seen so far in terms of the movie in the first episode. And so I like that. And then also, again, I'm praising the guy who played Daniel. I'm sorry for forgetting his name. But it is amazing that he carries over his traits from the movie to the show, and there's an emotional depth to this, and I know that there's a lot to learn from the show in terms of the characterization and their journeys.
Yes,
Michael Shanks does brings a lot of David Spader, but as we go along, he becomes his own character. He integrates it with his own personality.
But in the movie, he was like Daniel was the everyman. He was the guy who was sort of the audience surrogate, and while O'Neill had to go and do it because he is a soldier, Daniel did it out of curiosity. And I like the lady who geeks out. There's like a 2-minute scene where they just technobabble at each other, and everyone's like, "What is going on?" And I was like, "This is the best."
We found the address for your Stargate.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I'm nerding out. I'm way too excited about this show. Thank you for introducing it to me.
You're welcome. That is the scene that expands the universe.
And you guys, and I want to thank Jill and Scotty's excitement in the chat. Gavin and Lemon, thank you. It's renewed my excitement. I mean, I would go out and memorize the shows and memorize the scripts back in the day. I was just like so into it. But a little fun fact with Richard Dean Anderson, did not want to say more than 2 lines. And you notice he doesn't really have that much dialogue, but when he says it, it's with feeling and empathy, and it gets the point across real quickly. But
I didn't know that about him.
Yeah, he was just like,
no more than 2 lines.
Yeah, I don't want a long exposition about anything. I just want to say a few lines and get on with it.
But that's also, I think that's why I like Kowalski, is because Kowalski is what they would have done with O'Neill in terms of the writing. Like, O'Neill is not, he was a hard broken man in the movie. And then when we get to the television pilot, he's still a hard man, but he's much more curious. He's not as dour. He's not what do you call it? Resigned. He's even though he's retired, but he is still like he's him. It is Jack. Like I was watching it and I was like, oh my God, Richard Dean Anderson is doing a perfect Kurt Russell.
Oh my gosh, Scotty, you have to continue to watch you've got to get the rest of the series because
I had
there's
the
going to
first
be
three season.
There's going to, well, you need to go beyond that because there's going to be some more poignant, emotional stuff with Jack O'Neill's character down the road that relates to the movie in the first episode. It brings some things back.
Well, you know what, and again, spoilers for the show from 1997, but like at the end, and Daniel looks at Jack and he's like, so what are we going to do? And Jack looks at Daniel and he's like, we're going to find them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It struck a chord. It was great.
And Amanda Tapping as Samantha Carter,
Captain
where
Carter.
were the Captain
My
Carter?
second favorite captain.
Well, before we get into Captain
Okay,
Carter,
I just want to mention
I've got to say hello to Scooby Pup.
Hello,
and
Scooby.
play this video for Scotty, the last video I got to collect today.
She's out there somewhere, Jack. I know. So Scar.
And they're going to go find them.
Yeah.
And that's the end of the episode, but we haven't started talking about it yet because Gap wants to say something about Samantha Carter.
Oh, that her character was portrayed and written, and of course, well acted by her later for her to become a director down the road. But it was written so well as a strong female character way back in the day that didn't put off people at all. When she came on, she commanded presence, and
that reminds me. This show is woke. This show is woke.
This show isn't woke. There's a difference between woke and progressive. She's not putting anybody down. She's just
she's a Mary Sue. She's a Mary Sue.
No, she's not at all Mary Sue.
No,
I know. I'm being a jerk.
She makes
I'm being a
mistakes
jerk
all the time.
Calm
You
down.
do that
Cool
all
your
the time. She's
and Scotty,
she's
you
a
could
total
just
nerd. I love her.
Just Google Amanda Tapping wrapped in U.S. flag, and you'll see some boobies. But anyway,
what?
Back to the
I'm gonna
show.
Google it now.
No, not.
Oh my God!
Not naked, but you can see.
Oh
the
no,
shapes.
but I enjoy cleavage.
You can see some. Oh my God! When they first came out, I was like, "This is scandalous, sexy." Let me look again.
Okay,
But
I'm
anyway.
not sure if I'm not sure I'm going to mention it later. So I do love the visual effects of this episode. So I wanted to make sure to say they were done mostly by Rainmaker Studios.
Oh, hot diggity!
With the
Oh
help.
yeah.
And oh my goodness, Scotty is discovering other.
Anyway, I'll be back in a
effects.
second. That was so good. I need a cigarette. Oh,
Did you Google it?
of course. Come on.
Well, yeah, that's why he was reacting live on air to a photo of Amanda Tapping.
There are two things that I really like: is attractive women and the American flag.
And she's very attractive.
She's got it going on.
And if
Anyway,
if you stick with Stargate long enough, there is some puppetry when we meet the Asgard aliens.
Asgard aliens.
But enjoy your cigarette.
Like
yeah, well, you
Thor?
don't know yet.
I'll try to do.
Yeah, Thor.
I'll try to
Exactly,
do
Thor.
like the Asgard, Jill. I'm sorry. We need to get back to the show before we blow up
there's-
anything.
Oh, look, Tim is here. Hello, Tim. And FKHC 2005. I googled it. It was my duty. Thank you, Gap.
You're welcome, Gavin.
Great job, Gap. Now all of the entire audience is searching this.
Well, we want to give the audience, they're already super engaged and we love them, but now we've got them on the brink of total excitement.
No, it's not woke. Scotty's just being Scotty.
And
It's progressive, like
then
Star Trek.
no, it is not woke.
It's not. I mean, there's some funny lines. It's like it's 90s progressivism, you know, 90s
It,
feminism a little bit, but no. But it only lasts like one scene. That's the last time it's mentioned.
yep.
And from then on, we just have fun.
We just go on adventures.
Hmm. No, Stargate's incredible. I wouldn't be
It,
talking about it if I didn't like it.
man,
And
I
let's
wish
see.
I could go.
I
uh,
Oh, okay.
Let's go on a pilgrimage to Antarctica and let's find the gate. Well, you know it's really
Oh, the
there
other
somewhere.
Stargate. Yeah, the other
Yeah,
Stargate. It's gotta yeah, right now. Well, we gotta just make sure to bundle up. We don't wanna
it's
freeze.
it's
Yeah.
probably in Antarctica, which we can't go. But anyway,
Mm, yeah. The Russians have it.
yeah.
So, but also, oh, right. Okay. So Joel Goldsmith reorchestrated David Arnold's main theme from the movie. Yeah. So, and it's beautiful. I love the music in this series. And so let's see. Yeah, and essentially this is a sequel to the movie. I think we've said that before. I'm just looking through my notes. I have a lot of notes here, and I enjoy it very much. I think we're about ready to bring up the slides. Gavin says, "Yeah, it's far from woke. Yeah, especially yeah, exactly, Scooby Pup." And what is this? Lexia Doig was on Stargate too,
Michael
including
Shank's wife.
oh,
Michael Shank's wife. And
what
let me,
role did what role did she play?
doctor.
Oh, in just one episode, or was she a recurring character?
I would say she
Mm.
qualifies as a recurring character.
Oh, nice.
And let me tell
And
you, when I met her
yeah,
husband in
great.
person, I was such a fanboy that I had to have my picture taken twice over with him because the first time my eyes rolled in the back of my head and the photographer's like, "Oh no, we got a fanboy." And then Michael Shanks said to me, he said, "You know, that's what I do every time I see my wife."
Aw, that's so sweet.
But she is controlling. She's like, "Did you already pay for this?" And I'm like, "Yes, yes, Miss Shanks, I did."
Yeah, yeah, that's great. Okay, so the episode first aired. So we're ready to talk about the episode. Let me bring up the slides now. It it only took us 30 minutes. That's not that bad for an introduction for Stargate. That's pretty good. Let's see. Now let's share my entire screen. And of course, like always, we have Eric's protecting us from the copyright claims in the form of a watermark. Thank you, Eric's, for your service. And NZT says, worked on Stargate for years, never seen an episode. You worked on Stargate? What did you do? If so,
Awesome.
if it's so, if you don't mind talking about it. And thank you for working on Stargate. I love it. And thank you, Gap, for alerting us to Amanda Tapping's US flag.
My pleasure.
Mhm. And James Caserta is here. Really great to see you, James Caserta. So this episode first aired on Children of the Guard for Children of the Gods first aired. I'm just so happy to be here to talk about it. On July 27th, 1997. And if you're on the Gate World transcript, like I referenced from, it even tells you the DVD disc. So for every transcript they have. So then, if you need to know which disc to pull out for your episode, this helps you with that. Provided you
May may I mention one other thing related to Darren and gateworld.net is
absolutely.
Dial the Gate on YouTube with oh God, I can't think of his name, but look up Dial the Gate and they do interviews with everything, actors, actresses,
They do.
with to do with Stargate, and they have the actual actors and actresses. It's fabulous.
I am subscribed to that, but I'll put it in the chat in case somebody else isn't. And if you guys want to watch that a later time, not right now, but yes, it is an incredible YouTube channel, and I appreciate you mentioning it. It definitely deserves a shout out.
Welcome.
And hello to Lord Thoth.
Hello,
Love that
Lord Thoth.
show. In my top 5 sci-fi shows of all time, I'd say for me too.
Oh wow.
Lord Thoth, haven't you run into Richard Dean Anderson a lot? I don't know. I was thinking hockey or something with snow. I don't know.
Yeah, he's a
Mention
hockey fan.
that.
I forgot. He's not Canadian, Richard Dean Anderson. So I guess that's one thing against him.
No, but he works with them so often. Eventually, his voice starts to affect it a little bit.
I think he's an honorary
It's
Canadian.
really cute. Yeah,
Like
yeah.
out, about,
a boot.
Well,
out.
You'll see. So the episode was written by Jonathan Glassner and Brad Wright, and directed by Mario. Okay, how do I say this? Azzopardi.
Phonetically.
Yeah, Azzopardi is how it's phonetically spelled. And Lord Thoth confirms what Gap thought. I have met Richard Dean Anderson several times. We share our love for hockey. I always give him a hard time over the Minnesota Wild, over how the Minnesota Wild are doing.
Well, the Minnesota Wild are doing better than the Toronto Maple Leafs.
I hear that's a constant.
Yeah, no, I'm F-bomb the Leafs.
Melinda May was in Stargate Universe. Oh, that was cut short before it got started. The very last,
Why do I know
the very
name?
last couple of episodes that it had, they finally got to, this episode where they find the map of all the Stargates. They finally had a similar episode to that right at the end, and then it was over. Richard Dean Anderson has a house here in Vancouver. Great.
Oh, Melinda
barbecues.
May. Ming-na. Okay.
What? You barbecue with Richard Dean Anderson? What is going on in my chat? This is amazing.
Did
Everybody
you
seems to
MacGyver
know.
something? You know what? One of my favorite things about this episode is that they do make a MacGyver reference.
Yes.
Yeah,
they do.
It
You
is
guys-
so meta.
you guys
and it
gotta
blew me
look-
away.
You guys have to Google or look up on YouTube with Amanda Tapping making fun of Richard Dean Anderson as MacGyver, because she goes stuck on the ice MacGyvering, with a piece of bubble gum and a paper clip, and it's outtake. You have to see that. It's hilarious.
Yes, I have. I have seen that because it's on the DVDs too. So, and it's really funny. And here it is, Scotty, for you.
This is how they controlled it. It took us 15 years and 3 supercomputers to MacGyver a system for the gate on Earth.
And I like how he rolls his eyes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. Our Richard Dean Anderson has a house here in Vancouver with barbecues. And
So,
and
okay, so
loves-
he is an honorary Canadian. It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, he is. So, and he worked on MacGyver as well. Oh, you worked on
What?
MacGyver. NCT also worked on MacGyver.
Yes,
There-
Richard
there's
Dean
a lot of
Anderson
secret
worked on
talent in-
MacGyver very, very
Oh, well, I
consistently.
mean, I meant no. NZT worked on MacGyver.
My mistake. I apologize.
You can apologize. That is all right for you to apologize. So we're the episode titled "Children of the Gods" is theorized to come from the fact that since Gould impersonated several gods of humans. Oh no, goodness! My I got a phone call. I got to step away briefly, and
Well,
I'll be
thank
right back.
heavens.
Please,
Gap
Gotta
is
find-
here so he can talk
gotta
about
find my phone.
MacGyver. No, I mean Stargate.
Stargate. Oh
Well,
my
okay,
God,
so I have a
Stargate.
question for you, sir. Were
Okay.
you did you get into Stargate based on the movie or based on the television show?
I started with the movie because of my mom
Mm-hmm.
bought me the Stargate novel from the movie, and the movie was still out, and I went to go see the movie. And then you know, 3 years later, I was up and I was like, oh my gosh, there's just nothing to watch. And I flipped on a channel and there was Children of the Gods on Showtime. And I got hooked from the very first episode. And I used to get real excited when they would say Stargate SG-1 starting at 10.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, and then they, like Teal'c, Richard Dean Anderson, Christopher Judd, Amanda Tapping, Michael Shanks all did promos for the show, and I got hooked with the show right away because it was like not a TV show to me. It was like mini movies every week. It was just
the I do enjoy the fact that they are like, okay, because in the movie it was like, okay, we can get to that planet and that's it. That's what we can do. But the fact that they introduced the thing that there are coordinates and multiple stargates across the galaxy, like it was so creative and so brilliant to be able to make sort of a where are we going to go this week? It's like a better version of the time tunnel, except it's a geographic tunnel across the galaxy. I think that I think that this show is going to be one of my new favorites.
I totally agree. Or I will prophesize, yes, it will be. That's why I want to know when you get to the storyline with Kowalski.
Yeah, he's
And
probably gonna be like he's gonna die. I know he's gonna die, but whatever. He's got a squid in him.
Yeah,
but
I spoiled that with just the sound when you mentioned.
No,
his
I
name.
know, but I like that actor. He's a guy who shows up a lot of
Great.
places, and I'm always like, huh. And then, but this one, like seeing him be such a supporter of Jack is like hooray. And so he's almost like a Gary Mitchell. He's gonna be taken over by an alien and then we're gonna have to fight him. Yeah.
He is. Yes. You're on the right track. So you know how Stargate very interestingly starts off with the very similar shot to the end of Star Trek The Next Generation with poker. But this is how Stargate SG-1 starts with poker.
Yes.
And I think that's fun. Except for that they're all gonna die, they're all gonna die eventually.
Yeah, they're all gonna die.
The lady gets to live a little longer.
Not much.
Yeah, not much, but just enough for her to show her boobs.
Yeah.
And
what?
Wait, does she get nudity too?
She doesn't. No, she doesn't show her boobs.
Not in the copy that I saw. So you got to remember there are 3 different versions of this. So I don't know if there's a version in which she had a topless scene too.
I only saw Share's boobs.
But now we need this confirmed. Do we get?
Anyway, why are we doing Mr. Skin?
What?
Nothing. Never mind. I'm the pervert.
Well, we're trying to get the episode right. It's not about perversion.
Oh yeah. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm looking at Share right now.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Oogling.
Right. So the gate opens and the tarp is blown off. So basically, the Stargate program was mothballed, and everybody's forgotten about it. Like you said, it's been a year.
Yeah,
and
they're
so
basically
whatever,
just guarding a wormhole.
Yeah, and so it's decided to open because Apophis wants a lady. He's trying to find a wife. And so he opens the gate and he sends out his own kind of probe. So later on, we're going to get the Air Force will have their MALP probe, but right now the Goa'uld probes are these little orbs. And oh hey, Ben is still here. That's great news. it does such a great job of acting like a direct sequel. Yes, agreed completely.
Well, a
Oh, speaking of
continuation, a
which,
building on the foundation of the movie. Yeah. Also,
Before?
I wanted to get at
okay, so
least
how do you
one
guys
of
feel about
those.
the special effects?
I think they were great for the time that they were.
Hmm.
I think they
Me
were
too.
ahead of the time. I think it's way, way, way ahead, even than the CGI you get today.
Yeah, and considering the fact that it's still the 90s and a lot of CGI doesn't look so good. It actually works really well the way they delicately use it in the show, I think.
Well, and it's more of an inference as opposed to a spectacle. It's like this is how it works, and they do reuse some stuff from the movie, of course, as you should. But I think it's economically beneficial. Like, I think they do a good
Yeah,
job
and
in
his
terms of it being a storytelling device as opposed to being, this is why we're watching it. Like, you know, when you watch like modern science fiction movies or television shows that suck ass, and then they are just like, look at this, tentacles. And it's like, what? Shut up. But this is like, no, this is a storytelling device. The entire reason we're here is because there is
yeah,
a Stargate.
yeah,
And
the
so I
digital
do
effects
appreciate the
accentuate.
narrative importance.
Mhm. Yeah, it accentuates the imagination rather than being the star of the show.
Chris?
So I don't know what this probe is doing. Is it just like it is a woman? Okay, we're gonna go check this place out.
So, like, swipe right
Yeah. This is Tinder for the
for
Goa'uld.
aliens.
So they're so then of course
Oh,
they go ahead.
there's a great book from DK Publishing called The Visual Guide to Stargate SG-1, and it
Oh,
comes
I
with a
gotta buy it.
DVD that looks like the Event Horizon, and and the reason why, and thank you for letting me mention this, the reason why I'm mentioning it is because it goes into all the weapons, the character, the background, explains what each Goa'uld device does, the symbiotes and everything. So it's a great book. And also, if I could mention Dial the Gate book, which covers the first 5 seasons. Episode synopsis.
Only 5 seasons?
Yes,
Oh.
because Thomas Gibasina, she did the episode guide books. They're in the form of books, and I believe it's from Titan Books, if I remember correctly.
Okay, we've got 2 books so far. I'm gonna need those in the public chat. All of your book recommendations.
Oh,
Every time Jill hears about a book.
Where am I supposed to get it?
Feed me Seymour. Feed me all night long.
You're not wrong.
I'm on
These
my
books
phone,
are already
so
bought.
it's kind of hard for me to type without disconnecting myself on the phone.
Okay. So can you repeat the first book so I can type it?
Okay.
Repeat it slowly. So
The
the first book was the visual guide one.
the visual guide to Stargate SG-1,
Okay.
and it comes with a DVD in the middle of the Stargate that looks like an event horizon.
Mm-hmm.
And
Do you know
then
the author? Or you know what? The title's probably enough.
And then there's Dial the Gate.
And then Dial the Gate.
Then Thomas I think it's Gibasina. She does episode book guides like for the whole complete 10 seasons. So her first book does seasons 1 and 2. Hold on real quick, and talk amongst yourself, and I'll be right back.
Okay, so first
Okay.
things first, what I think we should do is get Jill a bookcase, and then we should
Yes.
fill it with books.
All about Stargate. No, no.
All about all the books.
Yeah, okay. I sent a meme related to Stargate, says Tim. Oh, okay. Is that on Messenger? My
Oh.
attention is everywhere else but where it's supposed to be. So let's look at the meme. Why not?
It's nice to see you, FKHC.
I'm way more excited than I should be today.
No, you're the appropriate amount of excited.
So first we got Next Generation here at the top. It says, the Prime Directive forbids us from interfering. We cannot share our technology. And then we've got Stargate SG-1 at the bottom. All of your gods are false. Here, take these guns. Well, and that
Okay,
is,
sorry.
yeah, it's one of
Sorry.
the things. I can't argue with that exactly. Although it does become you got to remember, Stargate is present day, near future science fiction, and Star Trek is aspirational. Humanity's evolved, and we know how to, not interfere with others. But no, yes, Stargate, we're a little more nosy. Did Gap say something? So, yeah, okay. So then we're gonna go back to the episode while we wait for Gap to return. And so, yeah, so the sphere, we're waiting for the aliens to come out of the gate, and they're there.
The gate. Yeah, no, and there's a gunfight.
There is.
They fight.
And it's
They fight. They fight. They fight. They fight.
It's a great
Fight. It's the Stargate show.
Okay, sorry. I was looking. SG-1 dial up. Dialing up.
Okay, I have
I'm
no
not
idea
sure.
what you're trying to
Official
convey.
guys.
You're breaking up a bit.
The book is dialing up the official guide to seasons 1 through 5. And
Okay,
then just look up, the official guide, and
Okay.
Chevron's locked.
Oh, nice.
Oh, you brought the books over. Okay, that's great.
Chevron locks episode guide 6 through 10. Then there are individual books that have seasons 1 and 2, then season 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
And
so
those are all the ones by Gibbons or Gibbons.
Yeah.
I can't.
1, 2, 3,
pronounce it
4,
either.
5, 6, 7,
But
8,
that's great.
9,
Thank
10,
you.
11, 12 at
I'm
the
buying all of
Ladybug's
it.
12 at the Ladybug's picnic.
Great. So,
when
hello.
we find
Yeah.
out that the villain is the god of night, love it.
Yes. Yes, right.
Jill,
Yeah, because that's
also-
a
Oh,
Mhm.
I'm sorry. I'm just so
right, because
excited.
that parallels the sun god. I'm
I
excited
think we're
too.
all
No,
very
please.
excited. I think it's a good thing that we're all very excited.
There's also, you may want to collect the official Stargate SG-1, which becomes SG-1/Atlantis magazine. There's 34 issues.
That's
Oh,
when it has
man.
Kaylee from Firefly.
I don't know if
right?
I could buy all these magazines. I think I'll have to hope they're on archive.org at this point.
They might be. I think they might be. And also, there is the UK version stuff that occasionally pops up on eBay. It's the Stargate SG-1 DVD guide, and you get a magazine of the episode and the DVD episodes.
You know, the only thing I was really disappointed by in
Nice.
terms of this box set, which is amazing, it's a great box set. I'm surprised because it's widescreen, and so it was obviously filmed in such a way. And it's dual layer, so that takes care of your disc rot, I think. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. But the thing is that there's no audio commentaries on the episodes. I wanted audio commentaries.
That would be nice.
It
There
would be
aren't?
nice. I want to hear Richard Dean Anderson. You know what? Richard Dean Anderson is kind of my new favorite person now that I've watched this.
He is. He's amazing.
Yeah.
He really pulls the show together.
Anyway,
Can I
let's get to
Yeah,
him
well, because-
looking through the mic or the
I
telescope.
really like these helmets. They retract, and we get to see Apophis for the first time, and then we
And
also
it
get
looks-
to see.
It looks great. Like the
Yeah.
special effect looks great.
And Teal'c's got the gold emblem because he's the first prime of Apophis, and he's studying humanity for the first time. He's on Earth for the first time, and
I think
this
you
is
know
the thing throughout the episode. He's
I
paying
do
attention.
think that his transition from henchman to supporter of humanity, it kind of comes out of nowhere, but it doesn't matter for me because I've watched it, or at least I've seen that Talik is he's integral
Joke.
to
He is.
to
Wait,
But
wait.
I think that it doesn't come out of nowhere because if you watch him, they always cut to him after something terrible
yeah.
happens, and
No,
you
he
can see that
reacts.
he's not exactly happy with what's going on.
right.
Teal'c.
No, I
Teal'c.
agree with you, but it's one of those things, and it's like, is this guy supposed to be someone that I care about? And then at the end of the episode, it's like, oh yes,
Can you hear me?
yes.
Teal'c, not Tila. Teal'c.
Yeah, I think I said Teal'c.
Okay.
Yeah,
And,
you did mispronounce it one time. So,
Well, I don't know. The
Apophis.
guy's from a different planet. I'm sorry if I don't speak native.
and
fucking
just remember,
Stargate.
it's
Sorry about
teal.
the swear.
It's teal like the color, and then teal.
And
Teal?
Peter Williams. Peter Williams plays Apophis.
Well,
and-
and he's a great villain. He's great, but also he's a henchman because he's serving.
Well, he's a
a
system
Fantastic
lord.
henchman.
He's a system.
I'm sorry.
lord. He's playing he's pretending to be a god to rule over people.
puny god.
But he's part of there are more than just him, which we'll find out.
Hmm.
And then there's this.
Your hands off me!
So that's some of the Goa'uld technology that they use to force their slaves and everything to submit to their will, to say like, yes, I am a god, for I have this technology. And this is something that Teal'c is paying attention to. He knows that this is technology and it's not magic or of the gods or anything. So he's already been disillusioned of that. So it doesn't actually come out of nowhere. He knows that this is not magic or supernatural.
It's all very Thor.
Mhm.
That soundtrack, that score is amazing.
And you will notice, though, something that gets a bit retconned later is that this armor is a lot tougher now than it is going to be later. So it's going to be not so tough.
Oh,
later.
we can kill people later?
Yeah, later it's a little easier to kill the
It's just like
yeah.
one shot.
Jaffas.
Well, no,
Yeah.
but that's the funny thing is that I don't know.
They seem
people
so
get upset.
impenetrable in this episode.
But well, in the movie, it was impenetrable. It was a situation where it's like we can't just shoot them. Like you could
Well, there's
solve
a
all your
parallel,
problems
yeah.
if we could shoot them. And it's like,
There's a-
no, actually shooting people is not the answer.
Yeah, there's a parallel to that with the Borg, where the Borg were invincible, and then they become like a joke later on. Like, oh,
Yeah.
there you go.
But and again, they show up with their sort of Egyptian coded helmets and armor, and I really like that because it does bridge from the movie.
Hmm.
And then
This episode does have a lot of blood too.
Then they go to English Town. They go to Camelot for a bit.
They go to Camelot?
Yeah, they go to English Town.
Well, later
they
in the
go to-
series. What are you
No,
talking
in this
about?
episode, they go to English Town. They have a
Explain
castle
more.
and all that jazz.
Oh, the castle. Yes.
Yeah.
There's-
And it's like, oh my, okay, so we're just, okay, yes. So the Stargate takes us to Gangster Town or English Town, or like it does present itself as to where we're going in the series. And I like it because I'm a fan of cheesy sci-fi.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, and Patrick Totopoulos created the
Totopoulos.
Totopoulos created the gold helmets and stuff.
Yeah.
Nice.
And they
Oh
even
no,
have-
but I
they even
like
cre-
it.
Yeah, and even Christine McQuarrie, you know that name McQuarrie, she was involved
Yes, sir.
in some of the costume designs for, I believe, for the SG team.
Hmm.
You know, the only thing that I can anticipate in terms of watching the entire series is that based on the first episode, I'm going to say the rest of the show needs more boobs.
Well, and you're going to be saying that a lot because you're not going to get that anymore after this.
No, I know, but we're watching the show right now, and so we haven't actually seen the boobs yet. Did you get a screenshot of the boobs?
I decided to. Well, I decided to. Be
I'm
safe
sorry for being rude.
Can you go
I'm
back-
being rude.
because I
Can
like
you
having
go
the
back to
channel.
Don S. Davis?
Yes.
Sure.
Hold your fire.
Nice.
Well, and no, but I really, really enjoy his casting as the authority figure. I think he's a great actor, and
General
I
Hammond,
do,
yeah.
and I do appreciate him, like the actor who played General West, who I'm a big fan of. He was in a bunch of stuff, but most importantly, the Neutral Zone from Star Trek: The Next Generation first season finale. And like I like this guy, and I think he fills the shoes perfectly.
He does. Don S. Davis. Herb actor.
Yeah,
Old
he's
Man
incredible.
Bird.
Definitely, immersion is easy. Any scene he's in, I am definitely buying everything he's saying. Old Man Bird for sends a very generous $9.99 super chat. Thank you. He says, "What is this? Must watch after work." Thank you, Lemon Pie, for sharing. Oh, thank
What's
you, Lemon
this?
Pie, for sharing my
What's
stream.
this?
Oh, Lemon, that's why you're a lemon pie and not just a lemon, because you are so sweet.
You're not a lemon tart, is what we're saying.
Well, he can be. No, I'm just kidding.
You don't know. You don't know.
Mhm.
We love you, Lemon. We love you, Lemon.
Oh,
But we
goodness.
also love Old Man Bird for supporting everything in
Yes,
terms of
Old Man
Jill
Bird,
getting a
that
new
was-
bookshelf.
That is very, or buying one of those
How did you
Stargate
know?
books. Oh, speaking, since book was mentioned up, can I just say one more thing, and I promise that'll be it. There's over 50,
About book. Well,
yes,
Go
there's over 54 Stargate SG-1 and Atlantis novels. Okay, I'm
oh
done.
my goodness. Yes.
Wow.
That's a lot.
See, this is the thing. This is the problem with hanging out with fans, is that I'm just getting into the show, and now you're shoveling all of this, secondary requirement on me.
Yes, it is a secondary requirement. You must.
It's like,
comply.
can I watch the show before I start going to the
There was,
library?
There was a bit of a problem with this scene because they opened the gate and then we cut away for the troops to come in because one of the guards was able to call them. And between that time and this time, we don't know how they activated the gate. And so that was always a problem in terms of that. And I think they fixed it in the final cut. So I guess the assumption is that they dialed the gate manually. Is that your understanding, Gap?
Yeah, and I totally agree because they kind of bypassed a little kind of important part because I was wondering that until I found out how they actually.
Yeah, because someone just watching the series is like, is this a two-way wormhole? But it's not at all.
No, gosh, could you imagine, Jill, if it was a two-way wormhole? What would ensue with that? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that would be terrifying.
And I do want to, and I know this is sort of paltry in terms of acknowledging the very generous super chat, but
Lilu Dallas Multipass.
No, you're fine. I'm just focused on Stargate, so you can play all the other.
There's no mystical energy field controls my destiny.
So I'm going to play the Stargate clips today, and any non-Stargate clips you will know are coming
from me.
Stargate 37.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I'm new to Stargate. This is brand new to me.
Yeah. So then we get our opening credits. We got to meet Apophis and Chilk, and they've stolen a lady.
Which I thought, you know what, it was very interesting because Richard Dean Anderson is first credited on the show. And it's like, okay, you're watching a Richard Dean Anderson production. And I was like, okay. Like, I think it's great. Because I think that Richard Dean Anderson is great. I'm not a big MacGyver fan. I don't know much about, like, I know more about MacGruber than I do about MacGyver.
Yeah, and if it can I interrupt? If it wasn't for him wanting to be on here, they probably would not have put his name above the thing, but and plus his production company. But he, at the time, he was a huge draw. They're like, he is going to be Jack O'Neill. You know what I mean?
So Gap.
Yes.
I do have to point this out because there have been people in the chat saying like, is your microphone in a dryer?
Oh, I'm outside right now. Can you hear me?
Oh, that must be nice. Yeah, I'm angry at you being outside because
I can
everywhere
hear you,
outside
but
is like off.
It kind of sounds like you're very busy reorganizing.
It sounds like you're gardening.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
no, it was because I was moving out. I just let out one of my rescue cats that hasn't got used to staying inside. So you probably heard
if it's a cat, then that's fine. If a cat is doing this, that's fine.
So yeah, that's what I figured that life was happening, but I don't want to pry too much on that. But
I just want to say people are mentioning in the chat. They're like, "What's going on with someone's microphone?" And I just want to say it's not me.
It's Schrodinger, the cat.
You named your cat Schrodinger?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah.
You know what? I'm getting a dog, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to name it Monkey.
Okay, so is my microphone better now?
It was always, your microphone was always good. It was just the extraneous sounds in the background that were fun to try to pretend to know what you're doing.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's
like that one.
Sorry, I was moving my mic then. Okay, I'll try to sit still.
Okay. Oh, he left. I'm playing the theme. Well, okay. Anyway, I'm going to play the theme anyway. It's his fault he left. So obviously I want to make sure I don't get too many, the stream's shut down. But I do love this theme very much. I love the swelling in it. I don't know what to call it. And I'll just play the end of the theme here. so good. It's so amazing.
Love it.
Oh, Jason Love is here. Oh, hello, Jason Love. Great to see you. Great to hear that song. It always jazzes me up for the show. And so then we start our story getting to Jack O'Neill because Jack O'Neill has retired after his trip through Stargate and everything. He retired from the military and he's taken up astronomy, amateur astronomy, and he's enjoying a great view. He's got, it doesn't look like a very powerful microscope, and yet when you look through it and you see what he's seen, it is a beautiful part of the sky that he's opened up. We'll see it in just a second here when Samuels goes up to tell him that he's wanted for the Stargate program. But I've always wanted to get a good enough telescope to see some amazing stuff like this, which is something I should do. And of course, we've got the credits, so everybody who is in the episode, you get to see that, the actor names. Special guest star Alexis Cruz, of course, that's Scara. And he even tells Samuels to go to NASA because that's where all the fun's gonna be. There it is. Like, is there somewhere I can see that? Gosh. I have been to one place before where I could see the strip of the Milky Way, like all of the stars clustered together, and you don't realize just how many stars there are until you go somewhere with no light pollution. But anyway, hearing that this is about the Stargate, he is ready to meet this General Hammond. And so we've got to make our way to Cheyenne Mountain. And that's where the story continues. Which is it's a real under the mountain installation. So it's a great set. And we start off, of course, with the elevator shaft. And he's got to go to down two elevators to get to where he needs to go, to get to the embarkation room. Which they make fun of later. Like, what is this room called? And if you watch the special features, it's always fun.
All later
Uh-oh.
down in this
You're
series,
you're
they
breaking up on me.
Oh,
Breaking it.
later on in the series, they start using. Oh, am I?
Yeah. Try again.
How's that?
Try one more time.
Hello.
No. You're wherever you went, you're too far away from your Wi-Fi at this point. Unfortunately. But I like that they established that he's been here before. He's called General Hammond because he's cranky until he has eaten his daily entire ham. Bye. That's silly. But that's what we have Lemon here for. NZT says, I've been to Cheyenne for Stargate. It's tiny. Wow. Interesting. Well, hopefully Gap can restore his internet because he sounded great at the beginning, but now he's really broken up. I can't nothing he's saying is coming through unless it is coming through for everybody else and we can hear him. The problem may be with me. I don't know for sure, but I think it is that he's roboting. Which is unfortunate because I want to hear what he has to say. And so we're cutting to Hammond. It is great moment where Jack O'Neill meets General Hammond. Yes, of course. And the salute needs to happen exactly as Jason Love says. And we get this lovely scene. But kind of a joke here too.
You ever think of writing a book about your exploits in the line of duty?
I've thought about it, but then I'd have to shoot anyone that actually read it.
Yeah, right. Because everything he's done is classified, most of the stuff. But O'Neill really doesn't want to chit chat too much. He wants to know why he's here. He wants to see how is this connected to the Stargate. And so we immediately get to see the deceased Jaffa and learn about this dead serpent guard and how they carry a pouch similar to a marsupial. So they haven't quite figured out that Jaffa carry these larval Gould for the older Gould. They're kind of like a incubators, live incubators, and the Jaffa enjoy a long lifetime by being vessels for these children and these baby Goulds. And so, yeah, sure, they're a bit like kangaroos. That's not wrong. Jason Love says, well, also, his character has a lot of true honor, which I admire. That's true, too. Yes. General Hammond, definitely agree. Loved him as General Briggs in Twin Peaks. He's also his dad, uh, um, in X-Files. So, Scully's dad. That's it. I haven't gotten far in X-Files, but I do know that much. And so anyway, they're exchanging information, trying to figure out who these aliens are and what all this means and what the threat is. It's very much like what would we be talking about if we actually had to encounter these aliens and we found out we're not alone in the universe. And not only we're not alone, the aliens we've found so far are kind of not very nice. They want to enslave you and everything. So that's not good. So we've got to deal with that. Because we just lost, they just lost 4 of their guards and, well, 5. And one of them was kidnapped. So they've got to deal with that threat. Oh, I think Gab might be back. Hello?
Yes, can you hear me better?
Oh, yes, much better now.
Okay.
Ray. But I understand life happens, so if you have to step away sometimes, that's okay too.
Okay. Yeah, I was just having a little internet issues.
Mm-hmm.
And
so, also in that scene, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, it's okay. In the past scene, I already passed by the slides on it, but Jack shows that he knows how to handle a staff weapon already, as he learned in the movie. So that's another extension of that, which is fun.
Yeah, and just the sneezing part is like, to me, part of the continuity from the movie,
Yes. It kind of gets phased out, and then you find out later why. It's simply because he started taking antihistamine, and that's a fun episode too, where that ends up being a cure for everybody else. Everybody else has to take that medicine because everybody's gone wacky for alien reasons. I'll leave it vague so I can talk about it later.
If you have allergies, use Claritin to go through the gate.
Yeah, it does. It gets cold, but that kind of gets phased out too. So
That
Daniel sneezing gets phased out. The cold Stargate travel feeling gets phased out.
And walking out normal, because going through the Stargate before, you would kind of roll out of the Stargate instead of walk out.
Right, you don't get chucked out of it.
Yeah,
you're being spit out
we're
of
just gonna put
tube.
We're just gonna let you get a little bit of frostbite and shove you while you're going through the gate, and we're just gonna toss you out.
And so Penny's here. Hello, Penny.
Hey, Penny.
And Jason Love says, Also, Kurt Russell visited the set for this early episode, or for an episode for sure. Yeah, he does show up and take pictures. And there's video footage of that I saw around. And so, yes. So, here in this slide, he's talking about Daniel Jackson and how he saved his life. And so that's more references to the movie. And Hammond just wants to confirm that everybody died on Abydos because the idea was that in the movie he had this nuclear device that was supposed to destroy Ra and Stargate at the same time. So he was supposed to take out two birds with one stone. And as it turned out, of course, he
Are
only
you
destroyed
sure?
right. He only destroyed Ra because his ship was in orbit. The Stargate remained intact, and their solution was just to bury it so that they could let Daniel Jackson live with his new lady love, which of course we're gonna meet soon, Shuri. And that is more continuity from the movie. But right now, Jack is not being very honest about what he's done. His report is not completely accurate. And so this whole bit is confirming that, because what Hammond is doing is he's going to send another warhead through, a stronger one, to make sure that the gate is destroyed this time. And now Jack is worried because this is going to kill the people of Abydos, and he does not want that to happen. There are people there he cares about, especially Skara. So he finally comes out with the truth. Let's see. Oh, I'm a little bit behind on my notes. But anyway, he has to tell the truth. Actually, Hammond still wants to send the bomb through because he's worried that those aliens are going to come back. And so he says this. One of the big lines of the episode, I'd say.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
You violated direct orders. Why?
Because the people of Abydos are no threat to us. They deserve to be left alone.
That's not up to you.
I just love Hammond. That is not up to you.
Yeah, he's not wrong either. That's the way the chain of command works.
There are innocent people on that planet.
There are innocent people here. I have my orders too, Colonel. I obey mine.
That's a major burn. And then he sends him to his room to think about what he's done. and so
what,
he's being really hard here.
And then you're coming up on what they're going to ultimately do is, can I go ahead and say what they're ultimately going to do?
Oh, of course. No.
So they're not
going to be as natural as possible.
They're not going to send the bomb through, and Jack admits to what's going on, and so they're not going to send the bomb through the Stargate. They decide to send a box of Kleenex. And the reason why they use the Kleenex is not only because it's represents something to Daniel, it's also, I found in a fun fact, to make sure that you can get through the Stargate alive. So they would test that first.
Right. And later on, they also mentioned, okay, we're going to call MIT and get the probe, because eventually we do have the probe that is like on wheels, the
Malp.
The Malp. Yeah, the Malp, and it does that, but we don't have it yet. So the Kleenex box is a great substitute while we wait for that. And it's a simple solution, and definitely, since it did return with the greeting from Daniel Jackson saying thanks, send more. He took all the Kleenexes out. It's also a funny moment too, the way it's set up. It's really cute.
And this was exciting for me when all the Chevron 1 locked and encoded. I love that.
Mhm. Yes. Yes, definitely. One of the most important characters here, right here, is Walter. Paul Davis in this episode here. Here. But I also really love this line.
What if the aliens get it? Well, they could be blowing their noses right now.
Yeah, Samuel is worried that the aliens are going to step through the gate instead. So, but that's not what happens because the enemy is not on Abydos, as we come to find out. And so we're waiting for. Oh, hold on, just a moment. I got to step away for just a minute. Gap, are you there?
I am.
Okay.
I am.
Okay. Can you speak about something for a minute? I have to step away briefly.
Yeah. Besides Walter, Walter has the gentleman sitting next to Walter. Occasionally was calling out the chevrons being locked, but they never explained why he was the back. I mean, you could obviously figure out he was the backup for dialing it, but it was two people actually saying when the chevrons were locked, until they settled on Walter doing it. But this is really an exciting scene. It just got goose pimples listening to them having all the chevrons locked, and then when the gate, Event Horizon opens, was really exciting. So that's another fun fact. And also that the Stargate chevrons have to go in a specific order according to the address, with the pyramid with the circle, which is Earth, as the home base, and everything. But after they get the rest of the gate address, the gate has to go in sequence. And then throughout the other two series, the gate changes, obviously, and has different accoutrements on the gates too. But this first gate was really exciting to see, in the way the design and how they kept the Egyptian mythology for the gate addresses and everything. And then how they later discovered that it goes so many places, and you just need the address, and you just need to make sure you have the home address symbol to get back. So that was really exciting to know. And also to note that one of the top chevrons at the top is different from the movie than it is in the TV show. And that's because, I guess it was changing it a little bit. Brad Wright, who created the show, and this episode picks up 1 year from the events of the movie. They kept a lot of, I say about 95% of the look of it, but eventually it all kind of evolved, as far as and adding the mythology and all the different technical stuff that they had on there. But this was an exciting part. And there we go, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the exciting part of the gate opening up, that was just like so super exciting and funny at the same time. And of course, you have your, your naysayers. They're planning an attack. They're planning an attack. Well, when you send the probe through, they didn't know that they buried the gate at first, but I guess Daniel knew to to unbury it in order to get the Kleenex, which that was hilarious.
Yeah, it is. Definitely. Thanks. Send more. And Lemon Pie says dialing the wrong number takes on a more seriousness here than usual. And you're completely right. And there are lots of episodes where that's a problem.
Yeah, and did you hear that there's the top point of the chevron is different from the movie and then the TV show
Yes.
as the
Yes,
home
that's
address?
great
Yeah.
trivia. Thank you. Yeah, that's great to learn that. I didn't know that part. And of course, Hammond reactivates Colonel O'Neill to active duty. So he's saluting, and they're at a meeting. They're all dressed up and they're going to meet. Well, somebody's late to the meeting. Sam
Yeah.
Carter is late.
Yes. And oh my God, about the dialogue coming out of Sam's mouth in this meeting, or her response to the way the gentlemen react.
Yeah. Well, I love all of her dialogue here.
I know, but you know what I'm talking about. This is the most poignant dialogue for her coming up. Her response.
Well, the first one though, I love the first. Let's start with the first one though, because I love this too.
Oh yes, I played with dolls when I was a kid.
That's right.
You don't have to worry, Major. I played with dolls when I was a kid.
G.I. Joe?
Oh, Major Matt Mason.
Oh. Oh.
Do you love the way Kowalski? Oh my God.
Yeah, I do love
the way he
But
reacted.
I love how Ferretti geeks out about the astronaut doll.
Yeah.
So I
like
thought,
that?
is this a real doll? And it's a real doll. So let's watch a commercial. You guys want to see a commercial?
Yeah.
Meet Major Matt Mason, Mattel's man in space and the bravest astronaut yet. He lives on the moon. We may all be there soon. And he gets around with a jet. Until Sergeant Storm in his red uniform, Major Matt worked all alone. Now, together, they face the dangers of space and seek to learn the unknown. The machines that they drive seem almost alive as they transport the adventurous pair. The new Astrotrack whips through the black, and Firebolt even goes where they meet Captain Laser, his space gear ablaze with energy stored from the stars. He's a giant, it's true, but a friendly one who spent his boyhood on Mars. An exciting place, the world of space, as all the astronauts know. This world is swell. It's made by Mattel.
So I just love that that's real. And I think later in the series, there's it's shown somewhere. I forget which episode. And Ferretti says, "Do you have that cool little backpack that made him fly?"
Yeah.
So that's a fun commercial. I'm gonna keep that. I'm keeping it.
Yeah, I actually had that doll or action
You
figure.
did? Of
Yeah.
course you did. Now I gotta stop being surprised. Crap After Dark has and knows everything.
Oh my gosh, guys! If you could see my I call it my collectible room. I had shown it off one time before, and people were like, "You could open your own store." I've been, I'm not a young chicken, and I've been collecting for a very long time. So
That's incredible. You've got a museum then.
yeah, like I said, I've got all of the Stargate movie action figures, statuettes, and toys, which they didn't do that many. They did all the action figures, and they did the Mastiff, Mustache, that funny looking thing with the licking tongue and the candy bar Daniel gave them. And then they're
wow.
off-terrain. Yeah,
I didn't know they made that.
Yeah, they made that, and then they made the the command vehicle where they all hopped in the Jeep, when they show up to the outside the outside Ra's ship. And then when they first came out with the first series of Stargate SG-1 action figures, I about had a conniption fit of excitement. I was like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And I have all of those.
Wow. I bet.
And I even have Stargate SG-1 stamps that they made.
Well, what's your favorite memorabilia from Stargate SG-1?
I would have to say
or
that
toys.
Toy wise, oh my gosh, I would say the Series 1 action figures from Stargate SG-1, because they were from the now defunct Diamond Select toys. They were so heavy, so well sculpted. You knew that was the character. Even like when Samantha kind of turns bad, if you know what I mean, people who already watched it down the road, it looks just exactly like them. And the other exciting part of that is each figure came with a piece to make your own ramp and Stargate, the Stargate with the ramp. I mean, how exciting could that be besides getting the figures? And it was to scale, and you're like, oh my God, oh my God.
Diamond Select is quality. I do appreciate that choice.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they're going the wayside.
That's unfortunate. Somebody needs to save that kind of quality, that attention to detail.
Yeah, and can I have a runner-up? Quantum Mechanics,
Sure.
Stargate SG-1 F302 model, already put together and painted, and then the Teal'c Quantum Mechanics Maguette with he's standing on the Stargate event horizon.
Wow.
In his Jaffa outfit with his staff.
Oh, please excuse me. They are not toys. They are collectibles.
Yes, that's right, Gavin. I mean, guys, they made Stargate SG-1 film cell framed, actually 35 millimeter framed scenes from episodes. There's Stargate SG-1 plates with Teal'c and O'Neill and Jackson and Teal'c on there. They made a Stargate mirror back in the day. They did a few years ago redo the Stargate mirror that you could put on your wall. It was they had Stargate coasters. I was like, oh my God.
Stargate mirror?
Yes.
I want a Stargate mirror.
A couple of years ago, they redid it, and it's huge. And then they also did the Jaffa helmets, and they did the Roz Guard helmets from the movie.
Well, with the helmets, are they retractable?
Yes.
Or are they? Oh,
yeah, no, they're fully operational, and they are so precise. They were expensive. They were $750 a pop back then.
Well, that makes sense. That's some extreme cosplay, though.
Yeah, it is. And the staff, and then, oh my gosh, if you can get anything, is when they did the auction for Stargate SG-1 and Stargate Atlantis from Prop Works, which Darren from Gate World, I believe, him and Darren worked together with that company. And that's a highly collectible book that you still
like. I don't want to be rude, but I already. Yes, please.
I have one question. Do they have a Zat Nicotel or a
the Zat Nicotel, the Zat gun? Okay, they do have it, but it's not operational. And I have one.
Well, of course, the Zap gun is not operational.
I have one.
No, you don't know what I mean. It moves.
No, I don't.
Like, not that it's not good. I know it's not good.
I just wanted to shoot the pew pew.
Yeah, yes, they sold one as a prop, and then I have one that's in a mahogany box from MGM, and it's a mini version of the Zat gun that I got from MGM Studios, in a gorgeous mahogany box. It's like opening Tiffany jewelry,
Nice. You're not going to see it. Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh, Jill, you would die. I'd
I
probably
would.
have
I
to.
would.
I would have to have
Well,
armed Jafar guards take you out of my collectible room.
well, I would be very. I'd be very respectful for it of it.
But I mean, I'm
Um,
telling you, you know, even just having the books from the series is when you're excited about a series like this,
Mhm.
it's you know, it's just exciting just to look at the photographs and read about it, and then
well,
you know,
and normally when I do these podcasts, I do buy books about it, but I didn't do that this time.
Yeah, no, we know
And
you're horny
I
for
will fix it.
books.
you
All
have,
right,
you
all right.
have to
No,
get
no,
this.
there's a word for being excited without it having the
A
sexual connotation,
bibliothèque?
Scott.
You
But
have to get
anyway, I
the.
love all of these lines. But
Mm.
finish what you wanted to say.
Oh, if you got to get any book, get the visual guide with the DVD. You have to get
All
that
right.
one.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
gonna have to
that's the
look
one,
this
number
up.
one for
I'm
me.
gonna have to. Oh my
So Carter
stars! You
said,
guys are draining my bank account.
Oh
I
yes,
practically, yeah. So speaking of how you always memorize the episodes, she memorized his report from the first mission. So she memorized the first movie, and she says, "I think I've been preparing for this all my life."
Is
And so her,
like is it rude to mute Gap while he's farming?
yeah.
There
Whenever
we
you
go.
are farming, Gap,
I
please mute.
muted. I muted.
Thank you.
Yes, I do appreciate that. No, it's not rude. As long as we're clear about what we're doing, we're just saying, "Yep, we're going to mute you for a bit because there's extra noise." But if he mutes himself, that makes it even easier. And then speaks up whenever he wants to speak up.
Yes.
So also her credentials are being questioned here, and so Kowalski
Well, she's a
says, "Have you
captain
ever?"
doctor.
Yeah, she's a captain doctor. That's what Daniel Jackson says. Have you ever pulled out of a simulated bombing run in an F-16 at 8+ Gs? And of course she has.
She says yes.
Yes.
And it's like, damn.
He's like, well then, but it's way worse than that because they're determined to have her not be ready for this for some reason.
Well, but that's a thing. Like, and this is, and I know I'm not going to make the joke, but
You already did.
I did already make the joke, so I'm not going to do it again. But the thing is that she is established very, like, as in her introduction. It's like, nope, she's capable.
She's capable. She's a war veteran. She's a scientist. She's an astrophysicist, a theoretical astrophysicist. And she reveals some of that here when they describe what it's like, the freezing effect of going through the gate.
Naked.
And she says that naked. That's a result of the compression your molecules undergo during the millisecond required for reconstitution. Let me make sure I don't have.
No, that was perfect.
So and that bothers O'Neill because. Okay, wait.
Well, he's done it.
Well, but yeah, he's done it, but also scientists bother him. He has a thing about scientists because that comes from the movie, so that's another movie thing.
But
So
also
it's
that's something that O'Neill says about Dave, and he's like, well, you know what? It was like you don't like David, and David Jackson,
Daniel Jackson.
So Danny,
David.
and sorry, I misspoke.
Yeah.
I misspoke. So Daniel,
it's okay.
He said exactly. I'm just getting used to these characters, and so he says it's like, yeah, well, he kind of saved my life, and that makes a person grow on you.
Exactly.
I love that characterization.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's an appreciation. So he does
Yes.
appreciate people for who they are and what they do. And here is the quote that Gap After Dark has been wanting me to get to. I just wanted to get to all of her dialogue here because I appreciate all of it.
And just because my reproductive organs are on the inside instead of the outside, doesn't mean I can't handle whatever you can handle.
Jill, there has been a request in the chat, and so I'm sending you the answer on your Facebook chat.
Okay. And of course, that is her asserting herself as a capable officer, which we find out through action. They show it throughout the show. Oh my goodness, really?
Well, there was a request. And
where?
it's all
requested?
PG. It's very PG.
It is. Before you delete it, it is from the Olympics since they start. It says Real Nation Games.
Oh yeah, is today the Olympics?
Who is I don't know, but who's a requester?
Gavin. Gavin did ask. Has that general ever Captain?
It is.
If I may
She's
correct
really
you.
cute. Well,
ever posed nude with the United States flag? And the answer is right here. But not nude. Tastefully draped.
Well, and actually that's kind of funny because there is a later on a very similar scene with Daniel Jackson, much later on. But it's
like not in
hilarious.
this episode.
No, not in this episode. Daniel's Hot Topics. Jill,
Dan.
I hear that production for the new Stargate series will start in the fall of 2026. I hope they show the Destiny and its crew we left behind in 2011. I don't know if this is going to be a continuation of Stargate Universe, because they got canceled right before they started to get good.
How many Stargate shows have there been?
3. There have been 3 shows. You've got
SG-1, Atlantis, and Universe.
But I mean, I'm not counting the weird thing they did recently. That wasn't good.
And the Stargate cartoon. And the Stargate.
The cartoon.
Infinity.
Yeah, I never saw the cartoon, but I hear that's bad, right?
Let's say animated series just to provide a certain level of reverence.
I don't know. I don't know that it
don't
deserves
say
a reference. I hear it's awful.
Well, I don't know. I've never seen it. Haven't seen it. Want to love it.
Yeah, Daniel, I'm not. Yeah, I have my problems with the universe, but the thing is, they finally started to get good right at the end, and then it got canceled. So I'm more upset at Siffy for canceling them.
Do you want to hear why what they went on with instead of Universe?
Wrestling and reality TV.
Killjoy.
Sorry, wrestling?
Killjoy's TV. I think Joe told me that the ratings were good and they kind of were poofy towards Joe. Well, it's a nice word. Well, let's just put it this way.
Gay?
Actually, the other 3 seasons that Killjoy got should have gone on with they went with Killjoys instead of finishing Universe.
Okay.
Or Doth liked Killjoys, but man, why can't you have both?
But that's the thing in terms of television history. There was a situation where things like Survivor and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire kind of killed narrative broadcast television. Like, I remember one of my favorite shows that was canceled before it should have been is the Clerks animated series. And the entire reason that fell apart is because of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. It was like, this is way cheaper. We can do this.
Yeah, reality shows
instead of production value, let's just give away prizes.
I didn't realize an actual show replaced Stargate Universe. I was always told it was because of the wrestling and the reality TV that killed it. And so it's interesting to hear different.
But that was such a huge thing in the late 90s, early 2000s is the reality television game show sitch.
Well, if they wanted that, they could have done a live version of Wormhole Extreme, if you know what that is.
No, and also, by the way, don't Google Wormhole Extreme. You're gonna have a very, very blue time.
Wormhole Extreme should be the actual revival of Stargate.
I've seen Wormhole Extreme, and it involves squirting.
Okay, Scotty, Daniel.
What? You're the one who brought it up. Don't get mad at me.
That's exactly why they canceled Star Trek Enterprise. Les Moonves said, "Why spend so much money on expensive sci-fi when we can air reality TV. It needs no
Yeah.
special effects, and it's
Yeah,
cheaper.
yeah.
And fuck you, Les Moonves.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But that's the thing, is that there is old adage. It's not called show friends, it's called show business. It's not called show art, it's called show business. And so sadly, when people will find out how to make money on a lesser budget, they will.
So you mentioned Star Trek Enterprise, Daniel, and look who you summoned. Kronos is here.
Kronos!
And
It's
he
been a
sings.
long road getting from there to here.
And Kevin is here. Hello, Kevin.
Hey,
Kevin's
Kev.
Theme Park Adventures. Ooh, I might go to a theme park this summer.
Really?
So,
I didn't think you were
yeah.
tall enough to get on roller coasters.
I can get on all the roller coasters.
Wow. So you're like
Yeah.
5 feet tall?
Yeah, at least.
At least.
And
I like women. I've just got a little problem with scientists.
I like both women and scientists. If they are women scientists, so much the better.
And if if Samantha Carter didn't have enough credentials for anybody, she also says she logged 100 hours in enemy airspace during the Gulf War. And I just wanted to let Gap know he was having robot issues, that I wasn't trying to interrupt him or anything earlier.
Oh no,
I
I'm
definitely
so
wanna hear what
happy
he
that
has to
Gap
say.
is here.
I'm so happy he's here and that he's persevering through his internet troubles to try to talk to us.
You guys are awesome.
Yeah,
Well,
but
you too.
I bask in the shade that your knowledgeable tree casts upon me.
Yeah, me too. Like I watched Stargate. I've watched the episodes over and over, but I don't have the in-depth background production knowledge that you have. I don't know all of it, and you seem to know so many wonderful things.
But this is exactly why I wanted to
Well-
get on the internet in the first place, is to be able to talk to people about things that they love. And so your sharing is play the clip.
Well,
You play
you
the
guys
Our
know.
differences combined create truth and beauty.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are great. I think we make a great team on this discussion because, like anything, if you're really into it, you want to know everything about it.
Yeah.
And that's what I dived into it. And then when I got hooked up with all the Stargate fans on Twitter X, it just blew the doors open. And then when I got to, talk with Joe on Twitter or privately, and then when Joe would send out the tweets about all the production stuff and how this came about, it just adds to the overall experience, because usually I don't want to know, but this
And
one,
the ways our differences combine to create meaning and beauty.
But it's rad.
Yes. And another great thing about Stargate, and they start here, right in this first episode. My favorite thing in sci-fi is when they know their audience, and Stargate knows their audience. They'd say, so we do have Samuels in that role saying, hey, why don't we just bury the gate? That's what worked before. And so O'Neill has to correct him and say, nope, we can't just bury the gate, because they know we're here. They know we're growing in technologically. We're enough of a threat to them for them to be worried about us. And they don't need the Stargate to get here. They have spaceships as big as the pyramids.
Mm-hmm.
And that's beautiful. So they have no choice.
The
They've got to
reference,
get into the Stargate.
not only the reference, but the reverence to the I know it's so limited in terms of the lore that happens with Stargate, but the first show is like, have you seen the movie? We'll try and fill you in, but you probably should have seen the movie.
Well, but I've heard of people who haven't seen the movie at all, and they just love the show. So I think it probably does a
Okay.
good enough job of bringing you. It's just better if you've seen the movie, but without it, they still tell you everything you need to know.
Yeah. Well, that's it's. Yeah. Yes. I guess if you're watching like Encounter at Farpoint, don't forget to subscribe to Price of Reason because Jill was talking about Encounter at Farpoint last night. But
And I will be again next week.
yay.
You
And
didn't
the
finish.
thing is that if you had never seen the original series and you watch the first episode of Star Trek The Next Generation, you're pretty much on board. And so, like, they give you everything you need to know. And so this show does that as well. Although I am grateful that you made me watch the movie. In fact, I ordered the Blu-ray of the movie. Remember that thing that I never wanted?
Right,
You
because
made me want it.
because it uses the destruction of praxis. I will never watch this derivative drivel. But I
Yeah.
got you, I got you
Yeah.
interested. So
And
I'm
I liked
glad.
it. And I liked it. Fuck you, Jill. Sorry about the swear.
Okay. So no, that's okay. That's okay. No, I love
Really?
Samantha
That's
Carter so
okay
much.
if I say F you and you're fine with
Well-
it? That doesn't seem right.
Well, no, I can understand the sentiment though because I got you to challenge. I challenged a preconceived notion that you've
Mhm.
held all your life, that you've
Yes.
decided you're not going to watch Stargate for a very
Yeah.
specific political reason,
Mhm.
and I turned that around, and I can see how that is disturbing.
And
So that's why it's okay.
you changed my mind in a positive way.
Yeah, but this scene,
So I'm sorry about the F-bomb.
You know, also Michael Greenberg, with the show, they kind of felt like this first episode had to give its all, and the subsequent episodes, which they promised the studio that it would be high quality, even though the studio was like, but they convinced them to give them 44 episodes right out the gate, which is 2 seasons. So you see in this premiere episode, everything hits the ground running in a 95% smooth. You know what I mean? It just pulled out all the stops because they knew that they had only 2 seasons and they had to engage. Even though they felt like it was going to be successful, they knew they had to bring their A game so they could continue past the first 2 seasons that they convinced the studio to give them, which is rare for a studio to give 2 seasons out the gate back then.
yeah, exactly, and it's not just 2 seasons like today where that's 16 to 20 episodes. This is 44 episodes that they got. And I love that Scotty's mentioning that, whether you've seen the movie or not, this is a good show. And Samantha Carter saw the movie, but she wasn't in the movie. And so now she's the one that we get our sense of wonder from in this episode, which this episode definitely
that's a good
needed.
point.
She nerds out heavily in this scene, and I love it so much.
Don't worry, Colonel. I won't let you down.
Good. I was going to say ladies first.
And also, Brad Wright knew after seeing Stargate, even though Roland Emmerich and Dean Devlin, they contacted them and they didn't want to meet with him. And they said it was nothing personal. They knew they had to build out that universe right from the start and and be very hot and precise on the continuity to bring the fans from the movie to the show.
Yeah, that's unfortunate that they didn't want to work with them because it wasn't what they wanted to make. They wanted to make movies and they didn't get what they wanted. So I guess they said, yeah, you're right. They did say it wasn't personal, but
okay. So
would have been better if they did play along.
In regards to Dean Devlin and Roland Emmerich, what I would like to say is thank you for Stargate. Thank you for Independence Day. Go fuck yourself over Godzilla. And whatever you did the day after tomorrow isn't my problem. Anyway, So, yeah, no, I appreciate the creativity and the ambition, but unfortunately, the ambition outweighed the creativity.
Well, I guess so.
If
But
that's a hot take, then it's mine.
it might be a hot take. I don't know. I haven't seen that last movie you mentioned.
And also, Jill,
Yes.
can you roll up a newspaper and hit me on the nose and tell me to stop swearing?
No, but I could say, okay, stop swearing, but I
Yes.
also want to go back to the scene because this is one of the understatements of a big understatement of the future friendship of Jack O'Neill and Samantha Carter.
You know, you really will like me when you get to know me.
Oh, I adore you already, Captain.
Oh, my stars.
I love him.
He's so
And
charming.
and truer words have never been spoken. And also, I want to throw in the title of the show. Brad Wright in an elevator with John was like, well, what are we going to call the show? And John goes, Stargate SG-1. And he goes, well, what kind of name is that for a show? And then on Variety, they talked about a new show called Stargate SG-1. So I guess that's what we'll call it.
That's great. That's great. I love their teamwork.
Wait, the energy the gate must release to create a stable wormhole, it's astronomical, to use exactly the right word.
Oh no, Frankel Walker says when he started watching the series, he missed the pilot and didn't see it until 3 years later. Oh, the pilot's so good.
Oh, and I also like to...
You can actually see the fluctuations in the event horizon.
They were all cast perfectly by Paul Weber.
Agreed. Yeah. Oh, you know how they say capturing lightning in a bottle is not easy. They did that here. Absolutely.
Well, and you said that this show was premiered in 1997?
Yes. I love that shove because she was just going to keep admiring.
Well,
the
it's like
gate.
a person standing on a diving board and being like, are you going to jump?
Do you want to hear something funny about Teal'c?
I refuse to hear funny things.
When Richard Dean Anderson met Christopher Judd, he goes, why don't you go to the gym?
Whoa, did he?
Well, it's a joke because he's
Yeah,
very
it's
cut.
a direct
He's
quote.
built.
Oh. Okay.
It's funny. You
That's lovely.
green-blooded Vulcan. Anyway, no, I love that.
Right straight from the movie, but yes. Wormhole time, says Cronus.
Well, but
right.
that's also something that I find fascinating because my annoyance with Stargate the movie is because they reused a different Paramount special effect. And in this show, it's like, okay, so anytime we need to do the Stargate, we'll just take the special effects that they already spent the money on. And it's like, yep, that's fine. Let's just plug it in. And it works. It's fine. I'm not mad.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. It's like, yeah, that's fine.
Well, that changes after a while. You'll see.
Hey,
I hope so.
hello, and welcome to the panel.
Hey.
Richard Spake. Great to see you.
Hey, what up?
How you doing?
Monsieur Spake.
I heard a rumor that Scotty was being naughty with his words again.
Oh, well, you know.
Oh, just a little. He was actually calling himself out. Hey, welcome, Istophobos. Now it's a party.
Istophobes!
Hey,
can you hear me okay?
It's
Yes,
almost
you
like
sound
everybody
actually
waited.
delightful, velvety even.
It's almost like everybody waited for us to get to Abydos finally.
No, I couldn't make it on time, but I didn't.
You sound like your hands were busy.
I didn't want to miss something positive this week because, man, I did a little bit of catch up on the video, on the video stream too. I love how this sets up and completely honors the movie and sort of hand waves the changes they need to make to allow the show to work distances are a little bit changed.
No, that's amazing. The way that they work the science in
Oh my
terms
God.
of it's amazing. I think it's great.
Yeah. And so
Yes,
I'd love just last you. Yeah. Oh, I just last you heard you mention the casting. It's so perfect.
Paul Weber. Yes. Yes, exactly. And your voice is sexy, by the way.
Okay, stop. You know what? Put your pants on.
I don't usually hear that, but listen, man.
Tell Issa to put his pants on. That's why he's late.
You know what? I'm sorry for yelling. I'm going to take my pants off.
No, I mean, Christopher Judge shows over the course of the next 10 years what a fantastic actor he is. His performances are heartfelt and sublime. And of course, Daniel Jackson, like Michael Shanks, like he got cast because he basically turned himself into Daniel Jackson and barged in the audition and basically, became James Spader. It's hilarious.
And I think it's admirable because this is a weird thing. I'm not an actor, but like I do think that he is embodying the character of Daniel Jackson as opposed to emulating James Spader.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And when I first saw this, I'm like, O'Neill, he's a little, I didn't get it. And one day I'm watching an episode and I just start laughing and like, I get it. Like, it just snapped into place. And I just realized how perfect this sort of sad, broken man trying to put his life back together is. And they just nailed it across the board for 10
that was
seasons.
a huge concern. That was a huge concern for Richard Dean Anderson because it was such a dour character in the movie, and he said, "Okay, I'll do it, but only if I can use some humor to deal with it." And that is how it worked out.
And there is one moment in the pilot that I think really encapsulates it because I was
Mr.
like,
Glass
okay,
half empty
he's
over there.
Broken. He is like Kurt Russell was broken. O'Neill was broken in the first movie, and then with Skara, that helped to somewhat rebuild him. But there is a moment when O'Neill and Dan are hanging out and having a beer, and Dan it's his first beer ever apparently, and the quote that really, really struck the entire thing home. And I was like, okay, I can be on board with this. This is a continuation of what I've seen already in terms of the movie. And it was like, I'll never forgive myself, but I can forget sometimes.
Yeah, and then when he goes like Mr. Glass half empty over there, I think I'd rather like I don't think we've gotten there yet, but
we got past that already.
Okay.
That's Samuel. Samuel is
Samuel's, yeah.
He thinks, oh no, we got to bury the gate, but
there are too many Sams in this show. I just want the hot lady with the blonde hair and the flag.
Yeah, in 5 more episodes, though, you're going to be like, I'm not crying, you're crying. The Cold Lazarus episode.
Yeah.
Isn't that the point? Isn't that the point of art? Is to make you feel feelings?
Okay.
Yes.
So we do have another. I'm glad to see you, Istophobos, but we also got Richard Spake at the same time, so I want to make sure that he gets a moment to say a few things before I get back to the episode.
Yep.
So hello to Richard.
I really loved the whole part where they were sitting there talking about they had to MacGyver it to get it to work, and the look on Richard Dean Anderson's face. When they cut
that out. They cut that line out for the director's cut version of this.
The one they released in 2008.
I don't give no never mind about that bullshit. I got the original, yo.
Well,
I was
Richard
very
Spake
unhappy
mentioned
about that
scene, so I'm gonna and Scotty mentioned.
Do you want it?
So I'll
I'll
play
send
both
it.
of the scenes here.
Scott.
One here. I did not think to be seeing you again.
This is how they controlled it. It took us 15 years and 3 supercomputers to MacGyver a system for the gate on Earth.
changed from
that was my favorite part, is that he sees Dan and then he's like, go F yourself. I gotta go see Skara.
Yeah.
Joe,
Yes.
Joe, like, I can't stay very long, but I wanted to pop in to honor you celebrating one of the greatest science fiction series and longest running shows of all time. So I can be here for a little bit. So.
Okay.
It is a really
Yeah, if there's
really good
anything
movie.
you want to share, just definitely speak up, and I do want to hear what you have to say. Thanks for letting me know.
Yeah, well, when I saw this, it was like, okay, this isn't bad. They pulled it off. A couple of episodes, a little bit of a weak start, but then they start really getting into the core characters. And by the end of the first season, I just couldn't wait for the next one. And year after year, it just got better and better. And when they canceled it on, was it Showtime? And the Sci-Fi Channel picked it up.
Like 4 of them.
Well, it moved networks, and then but it just continued to get better, and they kept the continuity and the characters continue to like, you can't keep going through wormholes, right, and be the same person that you were, and none of these people are, and they expanded on the lore, but they kept it really science fiction based. It was, and their world building is just phenomenal.
Yeah.
It's excellent. And
But that's the thing that I think is admirable about this pilot, is like, I didn't know anything about the Stargate TV shows until today. And then I was like, so what are we doing? We're just going to Egypt all the time? What the fuck? Sorry about the swear. And then they explain it, and there is a geek off between Sam and Dan. And they're like, oh my God, there's celestial drift and whatever. And I'm like, this is amazing. This is so interesting.
I love this show, but there are some things that are not so, they're a little bit funny. Because in the movie, of course, the Aberdonians do not speak English, and so Daniel Jackson has to learn their language, and they obviously at this point have learned his language.
He's a linguist.
And, well, yes.
They had a universal.
From here, they don't have a universal translator. That's the thing.
Oh my God, Jill! Are we going to start fighting about Stargate now?
No,
oh my no!
The stuff and we haven't gotten to the scene, but the point where she realizes the number of possibilities that gate connects to, and the look on her face, it's really perfect. However,
it's a moment of awe.
Yeah, depending on how the Stargate works, and actually there's not a consensus about that. There's several million to 19 billion combinations. It depends on whether or not the order matters. But the fact is, she said we dialed hundreds of permutations. Well, you could dial hundreds.
Yeah.
That's nothing. Yeah, you could randomly dial that thing for 20 years and not connect to anything. So her logic about that, even though the stellar drift part, is real and would happen. Well, her logic is, even without that, they could have dialed that thing every day for 10 years and not hit a legit address.
But that's a matter of realization. That's a matter of hypothesis. It doesn't, like, she just came up with that in the moment. And so, a little bit more time if you wanted to distill that, kind of investigate it. But she is, in that one moment, your brain expanded.
Yeah,
right.
To questions that you hadn't even known.
Also, remember, it is in one of the further down in the seasons, there was the one where the lady that was responsible for the Stargate project, who it was in the movie, was the little girl who found it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like to call her Katie.
Fiance disappeared because they had been punching in random stuff. Remember?
Yeah.
And dude put on the deep sea diving suit and went through the gate.
Yeah, Catherine Langford.
Yes, and then they had to go back and find him, and then they went back.
Yeah, that's a cool episode.
That was a good episode, and they really went into explaining why that ended up happening, and the fact that this dude spent his entire life a Rosetta. The language barrier.
Hey, hang on. I have a thing to say.
Richard Spake, I know what you're talking about, even though you're breaking up, you're roboting a bit, but I know what you're talking about. He was exploring the way that we can connect with others, even though we don't have the same language as the language of science and mathematics, and that is what's in that episode, right?
Yeah. I would like to say that now is a perfect time to like this stream, subscribe if you are not already a member, share, tell your mom, and if you would like to become a member, you can. There is a Discord, and Istophobos in our chat says, "So sorry, I just couldn't make it. I was so excited for this, and yet Istophobos is here." And so I'm taken aback.
I couldn't make it on time. I will say, listen, if you're willing to hand wave a little bit about how exactly that gate works, then you have over 200 episodes of sci-fi wonderfulness heading your way. And plenty of nerds, they still argue about the exact mechanism of the ring. And it's like for days on Reddit. It's so joyful because all the possibilities are legit. And it's one of those things, it works better because it doesn't quite work than it would have ever worked if it was explicitly stated. And the creators of the show have my everlasting respect and gratitude for what they built here. And it starts with, although, Ferretti and Makepeace are very similar. I mixed them up, I think, for about 3 years like before. This was very early internet, and it was hard to get those episode guides and discussion threads going on news groups. But the guy Ferretti, who's he's sort of like the third in command. He looks a lot like another guy. Anyway, I'm just saying this show is so wonderful and full of sci-fi goodness. If you've never watched it, don't let the fact that it's 25, 8 year, it's old, but don't let that stop you, man. This show is, I know people who watch it.
So am I.
They won't
It'll
go
be
back.
30. It'll be 30 next year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I know people who won't go back this far. They'll watch Atlantis, but they won't go back and watch this one. And I'm like, you're just hurting yourself. You're missing out. This is wonderful.
Exactly. Well, and here is one of those bad, Vulcan.
Oh, someone wants. There's a private chat, Joe.
So, okay. Oh, something to show me on camera.
Oh, cool.
Okay, well, feel free to share it, and I will present it, and we will look at it, and we will put you up here. There we go.
Nice.
Is that a book?
Yes.
Oh, it's a role-playing game.
Oh my God!
Stargate.
If you want Jill to jump for joy, all you have to do is show a book.
Well, this is the original Stargate SG-1 role-playing game that was put out by AEG, powered by Spycraft. And this is the first. This is the main core rule book.
Oh yeah, Richard, I love it.
This is the first book, the first steps that covered the first season.
I have that. I have
you
all
are
those.
Amazing.
Here is Friends and Foes, season 2. The Living Gods. This is the source book for the System Lords.
So the only thing that you can possibly do is show me your 20-sided die to complete.
Hold on.
Yeah, I knew you had one.
Hey, Richard.
Yep.
Did you back the last?
Oh my God!
game?
So many dice. That's a treasure chest.
And this is barely a quarter of the amount of dice I've got stashed right down there.
Well, okay.
Wow.
But the only thing I can ask is, have you ever consistently rolled a 6 and a 4?
Richard, Richard, I have a question.
Yes.
Richard, I have a question. Did you back that last Stargate SG-1 roll book from when games?
Yes, my name is in the book. Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
mine
wow.
is too. I got
Yeah.
I got the
wow, you're
leather-bound
credited?
one.
My question is, do you?
Okay, before my hands got so shaky, I did illustrations for role-playing game books, and
Well, I'm going to have to see the pictures to find out whether or not your hands were shaky before.
Well,
Sorry to
I've
be a
been
dick.
drawing-
I'm just being fun.
I've been drawing since I was 2 years old. And
Me too.
I still remember meeting the great Larry Elmore of Dungeons and Dragons fame. Hi, Lemon Pie. How you doing?
Hey, Lemon.
Back when I was still in the Navy, I was 20, not even 20 years old yet, and he was looking at the artwork, and he saw my work, and he goes, "So, when did you start working in the industry?" And I said, "I haven't. I don't think I'm good enough yet." And he looked at me, and he looked at all the other big name artists in the industry, and he looks back at me and goes, "Keep thinking like that until I retire." And I mean, I've been drawing, like, I love drawing, and lately I've been able to draw again. Here, take a look.
Good. That's amazing.
My new med.
I also want to say hello to DJ Ronnie G. Hello.
Oh, no, but like,
you.
it's kind of like Doctor Strange. Remember when he got his hands all busted up and then he got to do magic?
Yeah.
The
I
new
want to
medicine
ask.
that they gave me, as you can see. Here, can you see my hands?
Yeah, I can see your mitts.
Yeah, and they are
shaking
still.
like they used to be, and I am so excited that I'm able to draw again.
What's your favorite controller? Like video game controller?
Oh, that's easy.
Is it the Nintendo 64?
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
no,
keyboard.
fair enough. Keyboard and
Keyboard, yeah,
mouse. That makes sense. That
So-
makes sense.
Hey, I'm old, man.
My question is, do you
Bubbles
have
has
the
a question.
coolest Stargate prop ever made was a sort of a front door peephole cover that was a little gate ring with a working aperture that you could flick open and see who was outside your front door, and then you could close it again, just like the iris on the. A guy made it on a maker's forum. He put up the plans. A bunch of other people made it again. It's a real mini working like Stargate aperture that's designed to cover your peephole on the front door. It was
sounds
just
amazing.
the coolest
It
thing.
sounds like it functions
I'm glad
very
you're
similar to-
bringing it back to Stargate. Thank you.
Now, one of the things that Stargate, they did have a toy line that did not last that long, because a lot of the people thought it was going to be for the movie and not the TV show. They also, to differentiate between the TV show and the movie, they changed the spelling of Colonel O'Neill's last name.
2 L's.
And there was, what was the other thing that they did that they had to do to transform it from movie to this? And,
Wendy.
because they did release a whole bunch of novels that was that directly followed.
Oh, yeah, Gap told me
the
all
original
about the
movie.
novels, the 24 novels. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why we have to go. We have to get Jill some bookcases.
Yeah, some of them are quite good, and they go all the way back to the beginning, and they go all the way back before the show, after the movie.
This
I know
seems like
in one
such
of
an
the-
investment.
Okay, I know the original Stargate movie novel series that came after the first movie.
Yeah,
They ignored
The
those-
only movie, really.
Well, there was yes and no.
The only theatrical movie. Like that's accurate.
Well, they took the
Well, no,
script-
there are Stargate movies based on the TV series that come later.
Well,
Yeah, but they're not
okay,
in
hold on.
theaters.
Yeah, they're all TV movies.
They're TV
Yeah, they're all
movies.
TV
Yeah,
Which is what we're
They're movies.
what we're calling
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
premiere. Yeah.
we used to
Remember, they were-
distinguish. We used to distinguish that pretty definitively, back in the day when a movie was, back when we had TV, like the differentiation between theatrical release and TV release was very huge, but it's all blurry now.
Huge.
What? Speaking of blurry, Gap, what are we looking at?
That looks
go
like
ahead,
it
Joey.
is from Stargate.
That looks cool.
It's an actual piece of the iris.
Can't hear you.
The set.
He said it's an actual piece of the iris. Yeah.
Or the papyrus.
Yeah,
One of those looked hieroglyphic-y.
That is my least favorite font.
Go.
Hieroglyphics.
No, that's
out,
incredible.
old
You
Jeff.
have these? These are yours?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, this is my wall.
Oh, wow.
And let's
Stargate
see. Let's
Guru.
see.
If you ever want to do a Stargate SG-1 RPG, let's talk. Let me know.
Oh, Jill is
Yeah.
probably more on board than I am.
Because I want to do. That's one of the things I want to talk about.
I don't.
It was
Yeah,
fun.
no.
Some
It's,
of-
Unfortunately,
So-
we can see what you're showing, but we can't hear what you're saying because of your internet
Yeah.
problems.
it's such a religion.
So it
at this
might
point.
be better if you take pictures and make a slideshow.
Yeah, Jill, I have a question, and I'm not gonna. I won't be around when you get to the point, but I just want to ask you, when they come through the gate, which they've already done, before the
Sure,
bad guys
sure.
come through the gate, why didn't they just either rig up a pulley system where they can lower the gate on top of something, or why didn't they just put a big rock in the middle of the gate? Wouldn't that stop any of the bad guys from coming through?
Wait,
Well,
what-
but they have the iris.
Which section? Yeah,
Oh,
they
on
have the
Avenue,
iris later,
like-
but
Right, on here they know that burying the gate will prevent anyone from being able to use it, but what about having a big stone on rollers that they could put in the gate to keep the
That's a
bad
good
guys from
idea.
coming in? Why?
I guess
yeah,
they just Daniel just didn't think about it.
But they also had the thing back on Earth.
What, like Ben
All the
Grimm?
big scientists, they said, "Oh yeah, we blew up the other gate," so they didn't think of doing that.
Well,
because-
no, but that was because Jack lied. He was like, we killed everything and it's fine and everything is going to. But he actually was friends with Daniel and he was like, okay, live with your alien wife. Or actually, she's human, so I'm sorry for saying alien wife. But
Yeah, she's
yeah,
human,
no.
but she's been
There was-
stolen
there-
from Earth long ago. And,
like,
yeah.
it's so interesting that this
Now she's being
show
stolen
does sort
again.
of pick up all of the loose threads. And it's
Yeah.
like, well.
if you think about it, she's more human than us. No microplastics, no processed
She's
foods.
more
like-
human than human. That is our
Yeah,
motto.
Char Ray is more human than human. Yeah, I would
Well,
agree
you
with that.
also okay. One of the things they did have a script for the sequel to the original Stargate movie.
Really?
Yes, it got rewritten, and we have all seen this movie. It was
Oh, what
big
is it?
blockbuster movie called Independence Day.
Yeah.
Oh, so okay. So all of
wow, now it's
Ra's
all coming
forces
together.
come to Earth. Okay.
Yes, it was.
Interesting.
Independence Day. The original script was the sequel to Stargate.
Well, and my favorite part about
Oh.
the sequel to Stargate is when Will Smith shows up and then slaps Chris Rock and says, "Welcome to Earth."
Well, actually, if in Independence Day were the Goa'uld, that makes more sense that they know how to handle Apple computers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, totally. I didn't know that aliens had Wi-Fi.
It's amazing. But yeah, the original Stargate movie series of books that came after to because they ended up canceling the movies. But
Oh,
they
and Brent
decided to
Spiner was
continue
there.
it as novels. and I think there was 5 total. I've got 2 of them that I was able to find.
There is.
Yeah, the name of that movie.
Can you guys hear me?
The name of that movie was called Stargate Extinction, and it was written by Brad Wright, and it was supposed to bridge the gap between the original movie and Atlantis movie that they were planning. So,
wow.
The book,
guys, I had. Sorry, yes, please, you go.
Okay.
Pardon me.
Yes.
The 5 books that Richard was talking about are by Bill McKay: Resistance, Stargate Rebellion, Stargate Retribution, Stargate Reconnaissance, and Stargate Retaliation.
I've read the first. I've read the first 3. They're good, but if you've already been really heavily involved in the series, it's a little jarring because they don't. They're based on the movie alone.
Oh God!
Well, you know, books are different canon to films, so it's okay for things to be funky. Daniel
broke my mind. So did Kronos.
Welcome to Earth. Now that's what I call a close encounter.
And that's what I call a Star Trek.
Yeah.
Okay, so this scene is basically just catching
that.
Daniel up, and we also learned that Abydos has 36-hour days, which is interesting.
And do you remember, so they have the happy reunion, and then suddenly Daniel looks at O'Neill and goes, "Why are you here?" He gets all he knows this isn't. They didn't just show up on for fun. His mind puts it all together, and he knows something bad has to happen.
Yeah, exactly. Immediately, as soon as he shows up, Daniel Jackson feels something is off. He's like, "Oh, welcome back." So what's going on?
The subtext in this show is something that maybe younger viewers won't have experienced, or, we don't get that much anymore.
Daniel Jackson says a whole lot more than he actually says with the way he says things.
Yes.
And
that used to be a normal part of storytelling.
Yeah, Jack O'Neill. Well, and subtext. You're talking about subtext. Teal'c does silent subtext the entire episode.
Yeah, he can tell a whole story with his eyebrow.
What gets me about the show was how they developed it. They expanded on a lot, and I purposely think that they did everything they could to differentiate it from the originally official novel continuation of the movie.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
That is so sweet.
That is a continuation of the movie.
You cannot. This was given to the cast and crew of Stargate SG-1 for 10 years, and you open the iris and see what time it is.
That is sweet.
That's the most amazing thing ever. Thank you for showing it to us, Cap. I would never have seen this.
Sorry for interrupting. I don't do that usually, Jill.
Well, no, that's okay. No, this is a celebration of Star. I don't know when I'm going to cover Stargate again. So I appreciate all the love for it. And yes, it is a continuation of the movie. Even this scene right here, he's trying to give the lighter back, and O'Neill says, "No, that's yours."
No, that's yours.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, this show does something that they never done on any other science fiction show up at that point. When they discover and find a new weapon, O'Neill's like, "Hey, I'm going to keep that. I'm going to use that." And then you'll see him in the subsequent shows. He has all of his Air Force weaponry, but he also keeps his Zat, or they used to. I love the fact that they make the choices that we would have made under similar circumstances. If I found a phaser, I'm gonna be keeping this. Yeah.
The opposite happens too, as to Phobos, because Michael Shanks hated the Zat Nicotel, so he never uses it.
Right. Love you, Kronos. You be good, okay?
Kronos has to go.
Yeah, he said he had to.
You have to go. Rock on, everyone. Thank you for catching that. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, Kronos. See you later.
I have to split, but thank you for giving me this just brief opportunity to pop in and pay my respects.
Okay, before you go, before you go, can you give us your final thoughts about anything else you wanted to say, and then we'll let you go.
Well, let's see. You said this show's about 30 years old. I think I've rewatched the entire show at least 10 times, and it never fails. It never disappoints. It never fails for enjoyment. It's never let me down. Yeah, I know it never gets old. It's a really, like I said, it's like maybe my top 2 science fiction TV shows of all time. And I love the way that it's episodic. You can just pop in on an episode and watch it. But if you go too far in the seasons, you'll be like, oh, they're doing that now, because there is continuity. They have a mission, and they actually, they actually comply with that mission slowly over time. Their technology gets better as they bring stuff back and the scientists develop. And of course, they have major challenges off planet, and, not every single show's a winner, but I would have to say their batting average is phenomenal. And once you start binge watching the show, it's really hard to stop for past, 200 episodes. It's nuts.
Yeah, I think maybe it starts wearing thin with the Ori and the dragons and the crystal skull. But
yeah,
but even then, there's still some fun stuff there.
Yeah, and that's why I think they call those last 2 seasons, I've heard them referred to as Stargate, because they brought some of the people from Farscape over to this show. It still works. I miss the old, but man, for 8 seasons, you just get really strong sci-fi television, and it's wonderful. And if you haven't explored the show, the beauty is you can watch like any episode. We don't really have syndication anymore, do we? Does it even pop up like on broadcast? Check it out. You won't be okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then if you have an opportunity to watch this, if you've never done so, I think you will not be sorry.
You're gonna have a great time.
It's also my comment to
Absolutely. And thank you so much, Estephobos, for sharing a piece of your Friday with us and coming on here to talk about how much you love this series.
Yeah, well, thank you, Jill. I adore you and your channel. Thanks for letting me be a small part of it. You guys have a great day. Bye-bye.
I'm gonna.
Oh.
Thank you.
You're gonna. I'll get you guys connected on Twitter so you can ask him a question later, because he just left. Oh, we also lost. We lost somebody else. Did we lose somebody
I'm
else?
gonna go too.
You're gonna leave the stream?
I gotta go.
Okay. Before you
got
go,
business.
you gotta tell me. Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
And also,
Scott.
I
You
have
can leave.
to change my avatar.
You have to change your avatar, and you got to tell us everything else you wanted to talk about for this episode, instead of it taking and just briefly say anything interesting that you had to say about the rest of it. Just give it all to us right now.
I think that this episode is cinematic, and I think that it is reverential to the original film. I think that the actors, who admittedly are recast, do amazing work. And also, let's not forget Bubes. But I really like this, and it excites me. It's something that I want to investigate. It's something that I want to explore. What
was your favorite scene?
My favorite scene? Well, it's when Daniel and O'Neill have a beer. And I'll say, I've said it before in this stream, and I'll say it again. I'll never forgive myself, but I can forget sometimes. Sometimes. There is an emotional weight to Jack O'Neill's character that really connects with me. And that is to the credit of Richard Dean Anderson. And the fact that it's
Absolutely.
Oh, is that MacGyver? And it's yes, it is. Roll your eyes. I think that this is, I enjoy the characters. And also, I enjoy the low rent special effects because I do like schlock, and this is kind of schlocky. Like there's I don't have anything negative
Oh
to
no, we
say.
lost Richard.
Oh no,
Everybody's
Mr.
leaving.
Spake.
Oh wait,
no,
there he is. I found him.
I do like this. I do like this show, and I look forward to talking about it more in the future.
Okay, I want to see if I can find that clip.
There was one thing that you had just mentioned that I just had a brain fart because the thing knocked me back into the backstage. But where you was talking about Richard Dean Anderson and MacGyver. He proved he could play a character with O'Neill that was totally unlike him. Because O'Neill, the whole time, every time he met new aliens, he was always wanting new and better weapons. While in real life, he hates guns.
Yeah, but that's also kind of like Sigourney Weaver in Aliens. Like Sigourney Weaver hates guns, but she did become one of the poster people of looking cool with guns.
Yep,
and Richard Dean Anderson does the same thing. But that's also MacGyver. MacGyver never used guns. He used his ingenuity and his intelligence to, subdue his adversaries.
Oh, and the big thing that Jack O'Neill loves in Stargate that becomes famous is C4.
Oh, is there a lot of plastique?
Yes, lots of plastic, lots of clay.
Lots of clay.
And this is for you.
It's almost like wearing underwear habit ever.
What time is it anyway? I must have a gate lag or something.
Daniel, for crying out loud, you've had one beer. A cheaper date than my wife was.
Yeah, but do you have the I'll never forgive myself?
No, I didn't get that. But you said it 3 times. You quoted it 3 times in the live stream. So
that's the one that really grabs my heart.
Well, I love the part where O'Neill was like, well, how do we know if he's there and everything's going to be okay? And O'Neill says, here, toss him this. Toss this through. And it was a tissue, because of his allergies.
Yeah. And he doesn't even know. Like, there's no note or anything. It's just like he'll figure it out. And then when we get the tissue box back, and it's like, send more.
Yep.
It's perfect. It's perfect.
Like
I really like this show.
I got this one as something funny to use out of context in the future.
Look how small it is.
I've heard that line too many times.
And,
oh my God,
Daniel?
Scott, you're hung like a push pin. Anyway.
Oh, okay. Anyway, Sigourney Weaver is returning as Ellen Ripley in the sequel to Alien Romulus. So exciting that she will be crawling through air vents like in the good old days.
Well,
I'm so glad you're excited, Daniel.
I'm just saying, if you want to see a perfect Alien sequel, then play Alien Isolation.
That was a good game.
That is the Alien sequel that everyone needs.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh,
so can I go now? I have business.
Okay. I'm gonna show you a kiss, and then you can go.
I would love.
Goodbye, my Daniel.
Let's find her.
All right. Before you go,
do they find her?
Yeah,
you guys know. I don't know.
I can't tell you. You have to watch the show.
All right.
You have to watch.
That sounds like a thing.
It's a thing.
Anyway, thank you, Jill. Thank you so much for introducing me to this, to Stargate SG-1. It was something that I haven't seen it, want to hate it. Is exactly how I felt about this show. And now I've seen it, and I love it.
Hey.
So
Well, and that
thank
happened with
you
Harry Potter
for
too.
changing
So
my
you
mind.
never know.
And it happened
You never
with
know what's gonna
Harry
happen.
Potter. Yes.
Yeah, a Farscape role playing game. Richard Spake's got all the sci-fi role playing games. That's pretty cool.
Oh yeah.
I'm
Thank you.
actually I'm
Same
I'm
people
gonna
who
go
did
get
the
my hair cut right now, and I'm gonna take a picture of you, and I'm gonna be like, make me look like Richard Spake.
Yeah.
they're gonna
Yeah.
look at this picture of me and go, "Why do you want to look like George Lucas?"
'Cause I'm awesome.
Because you want to make a feature film.
'Cause I
Oh, that
kind
would
of
be
want to
cool.
look like what's his name? You know, the guy.
Which guy?
You
Well,
know, the guy.
you can't just say the guy.
Can you believe it? It's a Friday once again.
I bounced again.
And if you can't believe it, it's a Friday once again.
Oh my stars, the way you swell my heart with joy is in
Was that
absolutely
Richard?
incredible. No, yes it was. Yes it was. It was Richard
Yes.
Spake. That was David Lynch, but also David Lynch was doing a Richard Spake impersonation. So anyway, I got to go and I'll see you in the future. And I promise I will never die.
That's good news. Well, at least
Okay,
you know.
Scotty.
I like when you lie to me. I don't know. So let's see. Now, well, let's get back to the episode. Now that what a wonderful Stargate party this is. I very much appreciate everybody coming in and out to talk about this show. And I appreciate Gap After Dark and Richard Spake being here to talk about the rest of this episode with me. And I appreciate everybody. Let me see. Let me get my chat crashed. That's why it's not showing me. Because I like to have two chats. I like to have the YouTube chat up as well as the StreamYard because I can't always look at the StreamYard chat because I have videos going on. I've got an episode to talk about. And so we've got to go visit. So Daniel Jackson has been exploring Abydos. He hasn't just been in one spot, so he's been exploring different things after, of course, he kisses his wife goodbye. So he's got to go show Jack and Sam what's going on in the planet, why he knows that there are more Stargates. And so this is the wonderful expansion of the universe as we go along, which sets up the entire series. Isn't that
Oh
fun?
yeah.
And
See,
and
when they
Swollen
showed
Salad
the,
is here.
Yep, that's Zachary, my son. Yep.
Hey.
When they went into the room that had all of the different that had the map with all the different addresses and stuff, that was so cool, and it also allowed them to set up the whole season, the rest of the season of them starting the explorations. One of the
Makes you
cool
excited
things,
about what's to come. So there's
yeah,
lots of, and this is also from the movie, so lots of assets from the movie are used, which is fun too.
and the fact one of the cool things about the role playing game was they did get to expand on a lot of the stuff in the lore and the background that they never were able to put up on the screen. Um, Finding copies of these books nowadays is not that easy in hardback, but you can find them on PDFs pretty easy.
Right. Yes. Some books are shared on the internet in that way. Archive.org is usually a pretty good friend in that regard. Or your local library might even have these books.
Okay, Franco Walker, I hope you're going to have a blessed day, and I'm glad you got to spend time with us in the chat.
Yeah, Franco's leaving. Okay, thank you so much, Richard Spake, for bringing that up. Franco Walker says he has to go. Thank you so much for spending your time with us, definitely. And we're very glad to see you. You're such a great supporter of my channel and a wonderful wrench. And I can't wait to see you again. He says, take care, everyone, and much love to you all.
See, that's what I love about our community, our online community family, is the fact that we do love each other and we care about each other.
Yes.
that's just what makes this so much better, you know?
Definitely.
It's like I keep saying, whenever you build something on a foundation of love, that foundation doesn't break, and it's awesome.
And that's what this show's about because I really love Stargate. And I mean, of course, the community provides love too, but this Stargate is just so good. And this, at first, Daniel and Carter are arguing. She says, "Oh, we
Mhm.
did all these permutations and we even using Earth as a point of origin." But Daniel Jackson knows that this has to be a map of the Stargate network. And so this builds and it builds until the point where Scotty was talking about earlier, where they have their technobabble um, exchange, but it's not really babble. It's real science because
Mhm.
Carter says, according to the expanding universe model, all bodies in the universe are constantly moving apart. So this is based on a real thing. Stellar drift is a real effect and something that would have an effect on the Stargate network, which is why they were not able to find planets that the numbers aren't working anymore. So she figures that she can make a computer program based on these maps. And it's pretty great.
Yep.
See, I think I have a couple.
I actually was able to talk when I was going to college. I was able to talk my math teacher who was teaching spatial geometry to show this.
Mhm.
And
Oh, and
so
did
it would
your
make it
teacher show it?
practical because
Mm.
I understood the spatial geometry and because we were going to do that in a class and we were having several of the other students was having a hard time understanding it, so I broke it down for them, and the teacher she was like really impressed. And for me, the way my mind works when it comes to math, I just see the answers. I have a hard time explaining it. And I said, if you want a really good way of doing it, I can bring something in. We just need to get a VCR player. And I brought this in and played it. And uh-oh,
Oh,
I'll be
somebody's
back.
phone is ringing.
Yep, I'll be
Okay.
back in a
In a
minute.
few thousand more years, it won't work between Earth and Abydos either.
Unless you can adjust for the displacement.
Right, now with this map as a base, that should be easy.
And that's another clip I should have showed Scotty because that's one of his favorite scenes. And Franco says it was a great show. Well, thank you. Thank you. You helped make it a great show, Franco. Don't forget to leave a comment after the stream. It helps the channel grow. I love getting comments after the stream. I love the comments during the stream, but after the stream, that's fun too. And I think NZT, not Z3PO, had to leave too, but that was a while back. I missed that. Anyway, that call might have been my fault. It says swollen salad. That's okay. No problem. No problem. You got to talk to your dad. That's always the most important thing. And so, yes, all we have to do is correct for Doppler shift. And the best part of this scene is not just the exchange between Carter and Jackson, just nerding out about what they know about science and how this map should work, but Kowalski and Jack O'Neill just completely not understanding what is happening, and they're like, "Wait, what are you talking about?" And so it has to be broken down. This happens a lot on Stargate, essentially, where you'd get some technobabble from Samantha, and then Jack O'Neill says, "Wait, what are you talking about? What does that mean?" And she says, "It's gonna explode." A lot of times, it's gonna explode. And so then here what we figured out is that any advanced this is a gate network and they're going to be able to use computers to figure out where what the real gate addresses should be according to the stars in our current universe where they are. And then we go back to the Abydos pyramid, the gate pyramid. And they're just relaxing, having a good time, and the soldiers are admiring Sharae. But then, unfortunately, the gate activates. And I think Istrophobos was mentioning that they should have put a rock in front of it or something. I don't know. I don't know. I guess maybe they just didn't think of any kind of barrier the way that the Air Force instantly thought of the iris.
Yeah.
Like we don't even get a montage of what should we do? No, here's the iris right now.
Yeah, the way that the show did it was really good because on that to defend Daniel, remember, as far as the people of Abydos were concerned, there was only Ra. There was no other people who used it.
That's a
So
fair point. Yeah, they didn't realize there was an external threat. Except for Daniel was learning that there could be other Stargates, but he didn't
yes,
see it as a threat because he's such a scientist that he was just thinking, "Wow, this is neat." Not, "Oh no, people are going to come and try to kill me." So they
yeah.
don't. He doesn't have that same military mindset.
Well, plus the fact, even though he did know that there were other Stargates, as far as the people of Abydos was concerned, there were no other system lords. There was just Ra, and they
Yes, yeah,
worshipped Ra as their god, and they never saw
and
any
usually when you
other
have
one.
a god, you don't think of there being another one.
Yes. So
Things
yeah,
do not go well for the Abydonians.
and it's one of those things about the show that really was able to bring me into it because they were able to, because everybody who had seen the movie had that same outlook that it was just Raw. So the viewers coming in were being introduced to, no, there's other threats. That Raw was just the head of the system lords. And then this is how they introduced the system lords into the lore, and it literally pulls you into it as it goes, and
Yeah,
it
and
just
essentially, Apophis is the big villain of season 1, and then we get even more. So it builds the universe from there. I agree completely. And we get Teal'c again here, where Teal'c throughout the episode is noticing human Earth, not just human technology, Earth technology, because the Abydonians are human. But he's learning about this stuff every time he notices it.
This is not your weapon. Where did you get it?
Scar, that was a good spit from Scar. And oh.
Good choice, Teal'c. Perfect specimen.
Interesting
and
that
the actor they
yes.
picked to play, can you say his name for me?
Apophis?
That's it, Apophis. The actor they picked for him was perfect.
Peter Williams?
He has that cold stare that is a good villain. The casting that they did for the show was amazing. I mean, they had so many really good actors that they ended up reusing them for other roles. I mean, the guy that they had, spoilers, that playing Emperor Yu, the ancient, the oldest of all the system lords was the little Chinese dude. The actor that they picked for him,
that's right. He ends up having, like, he's so old that he does have mental problems.
yeah, and the actor was so good at it, and the fact that he very rarely said a word, but you could feel his gravitas just by him being on screen. And you had Stephen Batrick, I think's his name. He played played three separate characters on Stargate SG-1. He was the commander of, I think, SG-3. He played Calamus, the Irish god of war system lord, and I can't remember the third role he played.
That's
But
great. So he's essentially the Jeffrey Combs of Stargate.
yes, he was. And he's one of my favorite actors. He also was on uh, Andromeda. He played the Nietzschean first officer for Dylan Hunt, and then he played his descendant, who was a genetic reincarnation, who ended up becoming Dylan Hunt's first officer. Um, really good actor. He's awesome. But yeah, Stargate. I mean, they did practical. They focused more on practical effects and using the talents of the actors more than they did special. You know, super special effects. Uh, and that's why I think the show has aged so well.
And combining that with great storytelling and great acting and great performances that expand the dialogue because the actors don't just read the words, they put into, as Esther Focus was saying earlier, subtext into their
Mhm.
performances that tell a great story.
It. This is one of the reasons why I get so upset when I see a lot of the stuff coming out today. Yes,
Mhm.
they've got the awesome special effects, they got the awesome sets, they've got the awesome costuming, the awesome makeup work. They've got all of the production value, but they're falling flat when it comes to the most important part of any type of entertainment. And that's being able to entertain. That's being able to write a good script.
Yeah, to
Some of the
write a good script and to have actors be able to take that and make it something even bigger.
Yes. Now, I've seen some of the new stuff that comes out. They've got good actors, but you can only do so much when you're given a mediocre script that doesn't really make sense. I mean,
True.
look at Doctor Who and Peter Capaldi. Peter Capaldi is one of the best actors out there. And his doctor, I mean, he tried to make his doctor awesome. And we saw what we and we and we watched as the ratings during his time kept dropping because the stories
Yeah.
just weren't hitting us in the here, wasn't as moving as what we saw with Matt Smith or David Tennant or Chris Eccleston or any of the classical doctors.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I can see that.
Stargate SG-1 had an amazing writing staff. I actually had a friend that was one of the writers.
You.
Uh,
That's great.
he's one of the ones during the Ori, how they were introducing a lot of the Arthurian legends into it.
Mhm.
He was one of the
Uh-oh,
reasons
he's
why.
responsible for the dragons?
I think so.
Probably.
If I could get a hold of him to do a live stream, I would.
You
'Cause he
should. You
also
should do
wrote,
that. That would be great to hear that.
'cause
To hear you talk
he
to him.
also wrote for Charmed, the original Charmed. In fact, he was one of the reasons why they kept bringing back Julian. Every time his character would die, he would write a way to bring him back in because that was one of his favorite actors, and he just loved his characters.
And
But
Julian?
yeah, I have lost contact with him in 2016, 2017, and really missed the guy. He was one of my best.
Well, I hope you reconnect with him then one
Oh,
day.
me too. Now the funny thing is,
You may be the one.
Zachary's mom was jealous of him. So yeah.
Oh, that's how close the friendship was. Interesting.
Yes.
Well, then you should be able to pick it up where you left off if it was that good.
I hope so.
Mhm.
He's down. Last I heard, he was living in Atlanta. He had moved to Atlanta to do the movie thing down there. Uh, so yeah, I just hope everything's going good for him. But
Yes.
I mean, these shows, it it carries today. You know, it has the emotional impact. It's got the interest.
Well,
I mean,
yes, and there's the science fiction aspect, but there is also the personal interest of Daniel wanting to find his wife and Jack O'Neill needing to find Skara.
hmm and
And
you've also got the fact that this is science fiction, but they had a lot of
Mhm.
science fact in it as well.
Yes, as we just saw with the stellar drift and all of that is real, even if the stargates themselves are not real.
Yep, and
The idea of a wormhole is being able to take you to another place is a real theoretical physicist idea.
yeah, it's the whole thing about the show that I loved it on many levels. I really enjoyed the fact that it was showing actual military type stuff. You know, it showed what the military would. The fact that most of the explorers in history were military guys sent out into the unknown to go see what they could see.
Yes,
And
and the great thing about Stargate is that they actually did have military consultants. They would hire actual people from the Air Force to not only consult, but they're actual background characters too.
yes, and it was just I, I'm at a loss of words to describe just how amazing it was that they did that, and we there was just so much that they could have done that they don't do anymore. I mean, it's sad. It really is.
Well, not all TV shows. I mean, have you been watching Fallout? I'd say that's an exception where there is great storytelling there. There's some good subtext, and I think it's a lot of fun.
Yes,
You
my nephew is supposed to come over this weekend so we can uh, binge watch Fallout seasons 1 and 2.
Oh, you haven't seen it yet. So,
Oh
yes,
no,
you're definitely
I'm
doing yourself
waiting.
a favor.
I'm waiting. I love Fallout, and I'm waiting to binge watch it.
I hope you like it. Yeah.
And so yeah, it's
If you have been starving for good storytelling, good writing, great characters and actors, especially Walter Goggins is gonna blow your socks off. I don't want to hype it up too much, but I love it a lot. And there may be some people who are really into the lore of the games who say that it's not faithful completely. But it's a TV show and you can't cram in, 50, 70 hour plus of gaming into 10 episodes, so a season or less. So I think it does amazing with what it's got as a medium of television.
oh yeah, and I mean they've got some really good stuff, and I just wish there were more. The I just love the fact that this show is still so popular. They're talking about bringing it back.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they're gonna film in London, which Gap knows all the details about the what's going on over there in
Now I don't
London
know if
and
it's a,
MGM
a reboot
and
or if it's
Amazon.
a
Oh
revival.
no. Okay. It is not a reboot. That is the best news.
It's a
It is a sequel. Yes. So we're good there. So far so good. I haven't heard anything else really beyond that, which is the best thing that it's not a reboot. I did not want that because I
Yeah.
saw that already.
Yep. Wait 1 second.
My wife is out there, so is Skara.
And the only way we're gonna get him back is for you to come home with us. Peretti might have seen those coordinates.
And yeah, that's right. So as Apophis was leaving, he was
Cool
uh-oh.
beans.
Okay, I only muted Richard Spake because he's on the phone. Richard Spake, you are welcome to unmute yourself whenever you return. And yeah, so just so everybody knows that's not a
Yeah, sorry
anything
about that.
acceptable.
My sister is calling to let me know she's on her way home. She's actually getting off a little early this here Friday, so that means I get to start
Right.
cooking some chicken legs.
Ooh, yes.
Yes, and I've
That's
got
good.
some really good a good dry rub to rub them down with, and get that all
Okay.
done up. The biggest reason why I was late for today's to join your live stream today was the fact that got a package that came in of I ordered a set of knives that I've been wanting to buy from us. Dang, since I first went to college back in '96, and one of the culinary students showed me the knives that they had bought for their to be a chef. So I've been saving up for this knife set for a good 10 years, and I finally was able to buy a professional knife set. And I was geeking out over it. Then I realized what time this you were going to be starting. I'm like, oh my god, I'm late.
But that's okay. Yeah, no, you've got 3D World stuff, and sometimes that includes shopping.
Oh yeah,
And now
and
you got another 3D World thing. You've got to cook some chicken. So,
oh yeah.
do you have
Any-
a time period in which you can be here, or are you leaving now to go cook
Uh,
chicken, or what's going on there?
I can be back in 10 minutes if that's okay.
10 minutes? That's great. You can cook chicken in 10 minutes? Oh, I
Oh
guess
no, that's how long it takes me to do the dry
oh, the prep
rubbing and
work.
putting it in the oven.
Oh.
So yeah.
Okay, take your time. I'll be okay, and I'll just keep talking about the episode and stuff.
All right, Zachary is
And
asking how much the knife set cost me. I was able to actually get it on sale for $140, and it's a nice,
Oh,
big, hefty set. And oh, it's sweet. But yes, I'll be back in. I'm just going to mute myself, and as soon as I get everything done, I'll be right back. All
okay. Okay, that
right,
sounds great.
all right,
And
I'll be right back.
I am gonna drop you just so that people don't think you're here and try to talk to you. And then when you come back, I'll bring you back up. Say something in the private chat, and I'll bring
Will
you
do.
up again. Okay?
All right, love you.
Uh, yeah, you too. See you soon. Okay, so Richard Spake's still here. He's just preparing dinner, and he's gonna get that started, which is very important, and that's good. That's good. Very good of him to help out his family that way. And so we're gonna continue with this episode. Well, actually, we're gonna get to leave Abydos because Freddy saw Apophis leave, so he saw the gate address, or at least we're hoping he saw it. At this point, he can't really talk, but he knows it. So yeah, he's very helpful in that. He's very hurt also, so he can't really talk a whole lot. And Daniel's there's so much emotion with Daniel having to see all of these people that he's loved for a whole year. He's got to know them, and they're very important to him. They're essentially family to him, and he's just devastated, especially even beyond losing Shari. He's upset. And so he knows he can't just leave. He has to talk to them first. And so he tells them, in order to protect yourself, you've got to bury the Stargate. And there's another boy, so since we don't have Skara, they have a lot of, young men in the show. They're teenagers or very young who look up to Daniel for support and for knowledge, and they've learned a lot from him. And in general, uh, this boy is gonna miss Daniel, obviously, and everybody's gonna miss him. So everybody here, they all love him like a family, but he's gotta leave. And let's see. He's gotta leave for there to in order to find his wife and all of that.
Nothing good can ever come through this gate. Do you understand me?
You came through it, Daniel.
Yes. And that's really that kid only gets a couple of lines, and he does a really good job on both of them. Younger actors aren't always the best, but he's pretty good. And so is Scar, of course. And he tells them, yes, you gotta not just that you gotta bury the gate, but he gives them just a glimmer of hope. In 1 year, you're gonna unbury it, and I'll try to come home, but if I can't, bury it again forever. And so that is his order, and the boy accepts this order, and this is great because it's a setup for an actual episode later where that indeed does happen, and he does go back to Abydos, and you're like, "Oh, man, that's what happened in the pilot," and it's that's the continuity in the show, where my favorite times, when we have serialization are when each episode is episodic and I can just watch whichever episode I want. Estephobos mentioned that earlier, it's so true. But you still get the continuity that makes you remember, "Hey, didn't we learn that earlier? And now we're talking about it here." And that's also the time when we finally get to see Shorei's father from the movie, he comes back, that'll be fun. And so everybody hugs, and this is it's not pointless hugging, it's because they've all become family, and they're gonna miss him. And and it's a yeah, it's a sad time. So they head back to Earth. And we're heading back to the gate room and the iris we're gonna learn about the iris pretty soon. I already described I already described these slides, but we're gonna watch them again. Oh, hello to Brogu! Oh, great timing, Brogu. I wanted to say hello to somebody, and I'm so glad it was you. I hope you're having a wonderful Friday. And here we are, we're on Abydos, and we're headed back to Earth. And of course, the security is tight right now because they're expecting enemies at any moment, but none are here this time. It's it's just but they have an injured oh, what's his name? Ferretti. Ferretti is injured, and so they got to take care of him immediately. And that's it. We get introduced to the iris, which is great. It's pure titanium. Hopefully impenetrable. It's and so that's another thing they do continuity on. It is pretty impenetrable until a certain system lord figures out how to turn up the heat. So, but of course that's spoilers for later for Ball, but I think today's such a Stargate celebration. We can talk about things in the future. I don't know if Gap's still here or not, or if he's got internet issues still. But anyway, what if Joe was on Survivor? No, David, I don't know. Well, I'd have to know how to start a fire and I don't wanna ruin my eyeglasses, so that's gonna be I think I need to go to, Girl Scouts before I go to Survivor. No, I'm kidding. Um, or or military I I there are things I'd have to know before I tried to well, I guess maybe Survivor is just a stupid reality show, so it's not real surviving. But if I actually were on a desert island, yeah, that's gonna be a difficult
Can you
thing. You gotta be
can you
yes.
did you tell
Gap
everybody how why they put the iris on the gate?
besides security purposes?
Well, yeah, and it's because of Apophis attacking in the first episode is why they put the
Yes.
iris on there.
Yes, but I love that it just happens immediately. They just think of it and it happens,
Yeah,
and they put it together. They don't just think about it. Things get done on Stargate, and so that's a new thing, definitely. And that's our insurance against any more surprises, says Hammond. Yes, pure titanium. And O'Neill has to relay what's happened to Hammond that the Jackson's wife, Share and Skara have been kidnapped. And oh, there's the castle. Like Scotty kept saying, I forget how he put it, or somebody said it. Something about England, but it's just a castle. And I like it. It's great. But this is also where the prison is. Essentially, the prison set.
Yeah, this is one of the getting up to the climax of the show. And I thought this was an excellent part of the show right here, starting here.
Yeah, this is the dungeon where they're keeping all the prisoners, and they're all confused. Apparently, some of these people are going to come back in later episodes. I didn't really check to see which or which ones come back or whatever. I'm not that deep into it, but that's apparently a fact. And we got Share and Skara. They're here. And this is where Share gets taken from the dungeon, and she is going to be. Oh wait, yeah, it is Share because we already dealt with the sergeant, and I guess and unfortunately. Oh wait, no, you know what? We're still really early into the episode. Sorry about that. We have not dealt with the sergeant yet. Share is just being taken to, I don't know what you would call it, the harem.
Well, yeah, or for her to be checked out to make sure that's who he wants, who Apophis
Yeah,
wants.
exactly. Yeah, but first we've got to deal with the captured air lady who the sergeant she has to be rejected first before we get to Shuri. And so of course Gara tries to defend his sister, but he's stopped. And he cannot. And there's Teal'c again. He says this. Oh, I did have a quote here. Oh, Brogu says Stargate was one of my favorite shows to watch. Yep, it is. It makes sense to be a favorite show. And here is. Oh, here it
Your
is.
death cannot help her.
I'm not afraid of you!
Yes, and so that is well, and he's actually trying to be helpful. Hey, Skara, cool your jets. You're gonna die if you don't do that. If you don't, back off. But luckily, Skara doesn't, because he comes back in later episodes, and he's a really good character. I heard they wanted him to be a bigger recurring character, but he didn't want that, so that's why he becomes a vessel of a Goa'uld instead. And so
Yeah,
then
I was kind of wanting more of Scar also. I was like, no.
yeah. The producers wanted more of him too. And so we got Ferretti in bed, and Kowalski's watching over him. He's gonna be okay. But first he's gonna tell us where Chulak is, but we're not quite there yet. But that's his fun reveal. First, we have that beer scene. See, I think it's interesting that it's got one of Scotty's favorite scenes because it's actually cut out of some of the versions of this episode for no good reason. I love quiet moments, and this episode is a quiet moment. Oh, he says he's back. Are you back?
Yep, I'm here.
Yay. All right. Chicken is on,
Yep,
and Stargate is on too.
yep. I just had to do the prep and turn the oven on and put it in to bake. So yep,
Yeah,
I can't wait.
nice.
It's gonna taste good.
This is such a nice quiet scene, and I love quiet scenes where Jack and Daniel become more acquainted beyond knowing that Daniel is a lightweight now.
What time is it anyway? I must have a gate lag or something. Daniel, for crying out loud, you've had one beer. A cheaper date than my wife was.
And that's how they get into talking about their personal lives.
That was hilarious.
It is. It is. I love the humor in the show. And at the same time. They do both talk about their respective wives and their family.
And you know, some of the humor in the show from the writers is actually part of their real true personality. Even some of the producers that I have seen be interviewed, they're hilarious just like the show. So it's like they draw it from their own life and the way they really are. You know what I mean?
Mhm. And so, yeah, that makes sense. A lot of writers do inject their real lives because they always say, "Write what you know." And so it's important for a writer to also be a good person, or else you're gonna get some really weird stories. So clearly these come from people who have lived and want to share. So that's interesting. Hold on just a moment. There we go. Sorry, gay travel always makes my allergies. Oh yeah, David says yeah. Yeah. So he does have allergies for the first few episodes before he figures out what antihistamines are. And so let's see. I'm hearing a lot of Discord beeps.
Yeah, sorry, that's me.
Okay, just
I hit the
curious.
button. Trying to make
Scotty's
sure.
tagline is "Sorry about the Bing,"
There we
but
go.
he's not here.
There, got it. I keep forgetting to hit the button to make it do that.
Makes sense. Makes sense. I couldn't get as many clips as I wanted, so I didn't get any clips of the sergeant being taken to be examined to see if Apophis's wife wants to possess her or to be parasitic to her. Use her as a host. And so she, of course, she's struggling, but the struggling is abated when Apophis uses his device, his hand device. You know the names of all these things, Gap, right? What is that? What is that called? I don't know. It's a It makes you pass out, or it could also kill you. It's a weapon, essentially. It can just stun you and just make you limp, or it can be devastating to your health. It probably is bad for your health, no matter what setting you have it on. But in this case, that's what this poor lady has to go through.
Oh, sorry about it. It's called a Kara Cash, and it's got
Eric?
electric bolt. Kara Cash, and it's got electric. Kind of got like electric bolts in it, and it can do several things.
Multifunctional too. Interesting. Right, because it also pushes things away, so there's seemingly telekinetic powers with it, but it's really just the forces
It's
of nature.
it's also a personal protection device, and you know later on in the show when they use the ring device, you know how they use the ring device in the movie and stuff that comes from the Kara Cash.
Oh, does it work as a DHD? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, the
Well,
DHD dial
you know,
home device, and then you had the
like
gate opener, gate door opener. That was
yeah,
it.
you know how
Yeah.
hands and open the gate in the ship and the rings came down. That's part of that
Uh-huh.
same device.
Okay. Okay, those rings. Okay, now I understand what you're saying. But I did
And
also
it's
hear about the
also
garage door opener, so I was wondering about that one.
it's also a cloaking device and a remote thing from the Asgard as related to Ball. So it does a
A
bunch of
remote
stuff.
thing. A remote thing for the Asgard. What does that mean? I know what the As
Remote beamer.
Oh, really? Yeah, it
A
has changed.
remote beam.
It's a teleportation.
Yeah, remember with Ball and the
That's too many
Asgard and the remote beaming. That has something to do with it too. It does all of those functions, including torture.
And well, yeah. So far, we've only seen the torture, but were you also saying that this is a shield? This is
Yeah, and it
function
controls the ring device and the other stuff I mentioned, the Asgard beaming.
Well, just now we saw it used for murder.
Right.
So, poor Sergeant. Now everybody from that first scene of the episode are now dead. And the Jaffa that we saw that is carrying Apophis's wife is the interesting thing about her is that she doesn't have a mark on her forehead. So I don't know about the hierarchy of Jaffa, but there's something there.
Oh, Jill, also it's a neural interface and it's powered by Naquita, which we'll learn later on what that is.
Yeah, Naquita. Oh, yeah. Becomes very, very important, that Naquita.
Yes.
Very explosive. So yeah. So anyway, the ghoul doesn't like that lady, so they need to get another one. Anyway, we go back to Cheyenne Mountain, and we say, "Hey, if there's another one of these aliens, I thought we killed Ra." So this is another one of the yes. There are more than just Ra, and we haven't even said Apophis yet at this point of the episode. Daniel Jackson is still trying to explain things to everybody that these aliens are pretending to be gods that of the ancient Earth mythologies. So let's see.
You know, the Goa'uld.
Oh yeah, I didn't play this. Yeah.
The Goa'uld are kind of like cockroaches, you know, taking things here, like taking stuff here and there. The Goa'uld take technology from here and there.
He wanted the people of Abydos to believe that he was the only one.
So you're saying Ra's not the last of his race after all?
Maybe he's got a brother Ray.
That was hilarious. Maybe he's got a brother Ray.
Yes. And so they're gonna calculate more places to go. Oops, you're roboting whoever was just talking. I think that. Anyway. I think you're roboting anyway. Who knows? It could be my internet.
There, I'm back. Yeah, just had a phone call. The heating people called again. Is
everything okay with your heat?
In the morning. Oh yeah, we had to completely replace our entire heating HVAC system this week.
Oh no, that sounds terrible.
Yeah, you know this big snowstorm that came in. We went without. Our HVAC was broken the entire time. And
oh, that's a nightmare. Oh no, you must have been huddled really early. I hope you had some firewood.
Oh yeah, it was something else. We had to do a complete replacement, $13,000 to do a complete replacement of the outside system and the system that was under the house, because the outside system was newer. It was like 6 or 7 years old, but what was under the house was over 15 years. Then they used two different types of gases and fluids and stuff. And because the environmental laws and regulations had changed so much over the years, they were like, yeah, we got to replace both the inside and the outside with the same system. So they did that this week, and that's what this week's been a very hectic, busy week for me. Had to deal with them replacing HVAC. Plus, I had to deal with the snowstorm. Plus, I had to deal with yesterday's trip to the VA to do my blood work and all the other labs that they needed to run. So yeah, it's
plus you're cooking, but at least you like that part.
Yes, I love the cooking part. I don't like going to the VA for go tinkle in the bottle and get about a gallon's worth of blood pulled out. I don't like that part.
That sounds very invasive.
Oh yeah. But yeah,
So this scene is also important because this is the development of the SG teams. So we know that we're going to have 9 teams, and of course, Jack O'Neill will lead SG-1. That's the name of the series.
Yep.
So title series in the scene, and Kowalski gets SG-2, and the SG-1 and SG-2 are going to go to Chulak because they're about to find out from Ferretti's going to give them the phone number to Chulak right now, and all the symbols that they need for that works out. Thanks to
and
Freddie.
Dean Devlin, the guy and Roland Emmerich, who did the original movie, was upset that they killed off that character.
Oh yeah, and Kowalski.
Yes,
you know?
they were really salty about that.
I was upset about that too.
I mean, I guess maybe was it budgetary because they're movie actors. I don't know.
Well, they had different actors come in for, I can't remember which role it was, and French Stewart ended up going from doing movies to doing TV work after this. So, yeah, because French Stewart became famous for several television roles. But I know that supposedly Devlin and Emmerich is supposed to be doing something Stargate TV show related, but I am not sure exactly how that's going to roll.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
They haven't said what Emmerich and Dean Devlin are going to do, but I wanted to mention on a side note that there actually ends up being 20 SG-1 teams.
Yes. In the Stargate RPG, my team was SG-13.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah. So in this episode, you only get 9, but eventually you get 20. Yay! And so we're also learning that you've got to have the right transmitter code to get in because that's your key to get past for the Irish to be taken down, so that you don't thump to death on your way back. That would not be good. So that's important. And so they're given 24 hours to figure out what's going on. And the timer starts now, and I guess the mobile unit here is named Fred. I don't know what the acronym is.
Hold on, I'll tell you.
Okay. Oh, that would be great.
Look at it right quick. Field remote. Hold on. Where'd it go? Just had it a second ago. Now I just lost it. There it is. Field remote expeditionary device.
Wow. Yes, I would not have guessed that. Thank you.
It's also like the MALP.
Yes, the MALP is the one I know.
The Mobile Analytic Laboratory Probe.
Ooh, I like that one better.
Yeah.
I'm glad they changed it. Because Fred is cute, but MALP is more scientific. It feels more Star Trek-y. But,
Fred
set
was
in current year.
Was the, if I remember right, that it was the prototype to the MALP. And it was just supposed to carry supplies, while the MALP carried all that equipment and sensors and all that.
We just saw Teal'c back there, and the symbol on his head. We find out later in the series what they all mean, because all the Goa'uld have different symbols, and some are in gold and some are not.
Well, if it's in gold, that means that they're the prime.
Yeah, the first prime. Yep.
If it's a tattoo, they're just a regular one. If it's silver, they're like they're right under the prime.
Well, and interestingly, later in the episode, we see, or earlier, I forget at this point where I am in the episode, but we see some of them have gold, but it's not gold made out of gold. It's just tattoo paint gold. So
Yeah,
what does that mean?
that's how they showed their ranks.
Yeah.
Black tattoo was just your average, the average one. Then if it was in a gold tattoo, that was veteran. So that was basically your sergeants. If it was silver, that was an officer, and then the gold is the equivalent of a general.
Yeah, and the actual gold, not just the paint gold, but what you see here with Teal'c. Actual molten gold was poured into his head.
Yes. And
So,
they're like, "Oh my god, that's gotta
probably
hurt."
Yeah, I love that episode. The episode where we find out about that, where they're like, the kids in the street ask him about his tattoo.
Yeah, and I mean, this they did so good with the show and how much they expanded on it. There is a Wikipedia for the Stargate fandom that is really good, really, really detailed. And if you want, I can share the link to it in the
Are you
chat.
talking about Gate? Are you talking about Gate World?
No, there's a Stargate wiki that's out there. Hold on.
Oh, okay, that one too. The Wikia, yeah, that's good too.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find this right quick.
Mhm. And so, of course, it must be some sort of some ceremonial place. The gate has to be part of their spiritual culture. So Jack doesn't want to run into these worshippers, and they're taking Shari to Apophis to determine if she's going to be his queen. And she takes a bite out of somebody, which actually really delights Apophis. He liked the last girl too, but so he said earlier with her, I am not the one you must finally please. So his wife must actually like the lady that she's going to be inhabiting. And oh yeah, that was Oh, I jumped ahead with that one, but that's okay. This is what I wanted.
This one has spirit.
And that's the chomp, and then we get the full frontal nudity, which I will not share because this is YouTube and I enjoy having a channel. But so that is your incentive to go watch Stargate SG-1 Children of the Gods if you want to see that. And there's a bit of trivia about that also. Of course, Showtime wanted all of it, and she didn't want it to be frontal. She wanted it to be on the side, so that she asked for that, but she didn't quite get what she wanted. Nobody told the cameraman or the director or anybody of her what she wanted, and so things didn't work out, but she ended up signing off on it anyway, even though that wasn't exactly what she wanted. And so that happened, and some places remove it, some places have it. I don't know, which is which, but if you got the DVD, you'll definitely get it. And so we lost Richard Spake. Maybe he'll return. Maybe he's busy. Oh, wait. Oh, his devices are not connected. That's why he lost himself. Okay, so as soon as his devices are restored, I'll bring him back up. But anyway. So they take her to the table, and like I already showed, the Goa'uld is pleased this time, unlike last time.
That's creepy. The first time I saw that,
Oops.
I was like,
That doesn't. Sorry.
that's
That
not
was
Stargate.
that is a.
Is that the event horizon on the smiley face event horizon?
I don't know. I actually, the story behind those two emoji things showing up, the Stargate, I was toying with the idea. I was toying with the idea of showing the nudity, but just putting, stickers over the parts.
Yes. Oh my God,
And I was
Jill,
gonna use I was gonna use the heart bases on the nipples and then the Stargate on her
hoo-ha.
on her bush. But
Oh my God, Jill, you're gonna kill me.
well, it would have been even funnier if I actually did it.
I think you should do it and just tweet it out. Oh my
Hey,
God,
I
Jill,
wish I could do half the stuff y'all do with editing fucking videos, man.
Wendy Trauma says, "You got me for a second there."
Anti-derivative chill. Oh. Oh, thank you.
Oh my God.
But then I decided not to risk it because so many people are losing their channels these days, and I just didn't. I like talking to you guys, so I didn't want to. I didn't want to play around with the algo beast.
Yes, definitely. Because this has been so much fun. I've enjoyed this.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
See, one of the things, like I said,
mm-hmm.
It was one of the Stargate SG-1. I wanted to watch it when it first came out, but I couldn't because it was on cable. I had to go to a friend of mine's house to watch it. And,
yeah, Richard, because it was on Showtime for the first 5 years before it went to Sci-Fi. Yeah.
And it was one of those things of it was a real pain in the butt finding somebody that wanted to watch it and had the cable and was willing to host us to come over and watch it. And then when I finally was able to get cable and I was able to watch it that way, though, having a friend of mine, he recorded it for me on VHS and would bring it to me. Said, here's the latest. Boom. And I was like, thank you. And when he moved states, every month he would mail me that past month's
episodes.
Oh, that's so considerate.
Yeah,
incredible.
And,
wow.
And he did that for me because I would do artwork of his characters for him.
And that's a good trade-off.
And that's a great look into the history of sharing media and sharing lots of the shows that you love that you can't always catch. You can't always. I guess you didn't have a VHS player or VHS tapes.
So I had the fact that I couldn't get to the
the
cable.
Showtime. Right. You didn't have the Showtime. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't always have cable when I was a kid either. One month we'd have it, the next month they'd take it away. So it was a toss up whether what month I would have cable.
They would bounce all over the place, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
so
then there were places that couldn't get cable because of where if your house was located in a certain location, you couldn't get cable because it was too expensive to run the cable to where you live.
So I have a question. So we know Apophis's name. What is his wife's name? Do we know?
Oh,
do they ever say what?
Give me a second.
Does she have a name? Maybe she doesn't. Maybe they never said it. I can't think of it. And maybe
no,
that she doesn't
did.
have
Give
it.
me a moment, I'll tell you what it is.
Okay.
Where is it?
I don't remember. Anyway, that's her.
Manette.
That's how she
Aminette.
Munet.
Yeah,
Amunet.
Eminent.
Eminem. Thank you, guys. I had a question. I knew you guys would know it. And so, of course, she takes her spot in Shari's body. Then now they are one. And then we get back to yeah. So we're gonna head to Chulak. Obviously, the SG teams are headed to Chulak. So let's do that. Now everybody's in the same place. And so they're there. They're searching for a place to camp. And so this is shot at the reclaimed gravel pit of the Lower Seymour Conservation Reserve, wherever that is. British Columbia? Let me see.
Yeah.
Kind of a long name. Yeah, British Columbia, Canada. Yep.
Yep, that's where they did most of the filming.
Mhm. So Star Trek looks like California, and Stargate looks like Canada.
And they did. I'm trying to remember where they did the. Shoot. There was an. I can't remember what other sci-fi show that they filmed up there.
Well, probably more than one because didn't sci-fi use a lot of Canadian production? So
Yes, there was also at the same time this was out. There was a couple of other shows that were syndicated that was being filmed up there at the same time, like Sentinel. If you haven't seen Sentinel, you guys need to go see it. It's really good about this guy that had his senses were like super duper powered, and he was able to see stuff and see details. Uh, he was a living um, a living walking crime lab because his sense of smell
interesting.
and taste and all this he could tell stuff, and it was a really good show.
So
Yeah,
he
that
was
was a good show.
superhuman without being a superhero?
Exactly.
Yeah, because of his heightened senses. It's
It,
really a good show.
oh yeah. If you haven't seen I mean, oh god, it was a good movie. It was a good show. It was a really good show.
Mhm.
Uh,
Mhm.
the
Well,
actor that played in it is if you Berge. His last name is Berge. You know him because he did a couple of roles on TV shows that sci-fi geeks have seen and loved. He also did some roles that weren't sci-fi stuff that was more drama oriented. Dude was a really good actor. He is a really good actor.
nice. And thank you for all of that information. I do want to get back to the episode. We've got this
Yep.
group of monks, and I love this part because you see Jack and Sam being covert and very military and do this and do that. And Daniel Jackson just steps right out in front and says hello. It's like he goes right for the diplomacy and doesn't try to be sneaky at all
We are
and
here to
breaks their
choose.
cover.
Are you here to choose, Jill?
Yeah, they're here. And all he has to do is mention the Choppa Eye, and they think he's yeah, they start to worship him. And no, don't do that. Well, really, Jack just wants to know where the next village, the village is. So, so that's what they do. And yeah, so then that's how they find Chulak. There it is. Chulak on Chulak? Because I thought the planet was called Chulak, but the town is also called Chulak. But I guess it's like having a city called Earth. Is there a city? There's probably a city called Earth. Oh, Texas has an Earth. Earth, Texas. So I knew somebody would have an Earth. So there is in fact, a city called Earth, Texas, on planet Earth, just as there is a city called Chulak on planet Chulak.
Yeah, like New
So,
York City.
well, but New York City isn't a planet. Planet. I
Well,
think it's the
well,
planet
yeah,
aspect
you
that's
know what
funny.
I mean. You know what I
Yeah,
mean.
yeah, I do. It'd be like a Texas city. We don't. Well, we do have a Texas city. Even Texas has it all. We even have a Paris, and and so and Texas City is somewhere near Galveston. Uh, If only we had also a state or or a country called Earth, then we could have Earth, Earth on Earth. Anyway, we go to this dinner party. And this dinner party, the entertainment is this really giant tuba that I think is really great. I should have, if I would have had more time, I would have definitely got a video of this tuba playing. Wendy Trauma Warrior says, "Don't forget San Diego, Texas." Yes, yeah, Texas has a lot of fun cities, but you know, Canada has a few good ones too. I really particularly like Vulcan. I want to visit that place someday. Lots of great Star Trek stuff over there. But anyway, aside from fun names of cities, we're here, and they just happened to drop in on the dinner party. Exactly. Okay, this was because I was making the thumbnail. So this is from the end of the episode. So we're gonna get past this in a minute, and that is me making the thumbnail. Also, I forgot to not include all of these assets in my slides. So you get to see some behind the scenes of this live stream and stuff. It's always funny when I do this. Sometimes I remember to remove them. But there you go. Now we're back to Chulak. And this is great. I love the sets here.
One of the things, like I said, they focused so much on the practical effects, which included their sets. It's why
Yeah.
why the show really
Beautiful
still,
detail.
yeah, it's that production value that relied on the practicality of it. That way,
Yes.
it's like look at like
Somebody
Babylon 5.
painted the wall in the back. Look at that paint.
Yes, because like with Babylon 5, that was one of the most epic sci-fi series out there. Problem is they used CGI so much, and the technology has evolved so much. The special effects, a lot of people can't watch the show nowadays because the special effects look so horrible because they focused using the CGI so much back then. But the parts that they use practical effects did not age as badly. And that's my big fear about all the big movies that we're watching nowadays, you know, that the CGI effects won't age as well.
Well, and not only that, is the worst thing about CGI is not CGI itself. CGI is a tool that can make a movie magic happen. But the problem is when you make the effect first and you're like, the director says, I want to make this cool thing happen. Oh, the story, just write it around the cool thing that I want to have happen.
Yep.
And,
Well, it's
and
also
then
the fact,
that's horrible.
it's also the fact that a lot of times the CGI effects, they can be so expensive if they try to rush it. And the money people are like, no, we want to work on the CGI effects first. And they force they literally will change the story to fit what they've already got. And it can be limited.
Exactly.
And, but like anything,
Exactly. The story should come first, not the
yes,
effects. The
the
effects should
story,
accentuate the story.
the story should always be what comes first. Because
Yeah,
tell a
I
good
really love this
story.
one.
and it's gonna go, and that's the whole bit.
Like,
Another
I would
thing
like
that,
to know where the heck this horn came from. This thing is amazing.
well, another thing that SG-1 was really good about was the research they did into the mythologies that they went into. I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
and it just was really. I mean, they showed, they gave a good model, and for the longest time, SG-1's model was duplicated, and they followed it. And then, like I said, for some reason, the people working on this stuff lately are pretty lazy and they don't do the research. I mean, they've actually
Yeah, if you're
said,
gonna write about something, you should know about it.
I mean,
They're doing the opposite of the main writer rule. They don't know
both
about it and they write it. That's not good.
Lucasfilm, Marvel, uh, the people that are writing Star Trek have all stated the fact that they purposely went out of their way to hire people who had nothing to do with the source material, that had never read it before.
Well, and sometimes that can be okay in cases like for Harv Bennett making Star Trek movies. He didn't know about Star Trek, but as soon as he was hired, what did he do? He watched all of the Star Trek,
Yes, he
all of it
researched
to figure out what. Yeah,
and
there was
he
actual
learned it.
research.
He,
Mhm.
he 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 went out of his way and learned it. But for some reason, these people nowadays, they go out of their way to where, no, don't do your research. Just come in and write what you want to write. Because that's what happened with Ruin Johnson and The Last Jedi. He admitted the fact that he already had the script written. He just had to change it to make it fit the Star Wars universe. And yeah, if your writing staff, you need somebody there that knows the material, knows the lore, and keeps everything to where it fits. If you just got people who have no
Yeah.
idea what they're doing, you get Starfleet
Yeah,
Academy.
the stories. Yeah, well, man, I was hoping not to talk about Starfleet Academy today because that is the opposite of good storytelling from start to finish. This
How long? How
Stargate
long
is
did
so
it?
much fun
How,
because
how,
it's got lots of setups and payoffs.
did you
Oh
cry as hard
goodness.
as I did when you watched it?
Cry watching. Um, no, I
Starfleet
didn't
Academy.
cry. I was just. I'm
I
just
cried.
dis
I admit it.
it's just I'm at the point where I know that I'm not gonna get anything good from Kurtzman Trek. I always wanna have hope. I always wanna think, "Oh, I really want Star Trek to be good. I wanna be proud of something that Star Trek has done." But so far, no, nothing has done anything for me since Enterprise. Even what some people consider the better new Trek, like Picard season 3, didn't do it for me either. It wasn't quite right. It just felt off, and
Some of
Starfleet
Strange New
Academy
Worlds.
might be some of the worst of the
Yeah.
bunch.
Well, Strange New World. Some of the episodes of that I've seen, some of them, it's hit or miss. I
Yeah,
liked it
that's another one that a lot of people like.
because they did some
Ah,
really
they d
good casting. That's the thing that gets me about Strange New Worlds is I love a lot of the casting that they've got.
Mhm. Yeah.
The
Eh
actors are just awesome actors. I just wish they would give them co- cohesive and consistent scripting.
I
That
know,
was
and one of their ideas was just to do Battle of Terror, the Terror, the Romulan episode?
yes,
Balance of
Balance of
Terror.
Terror.
Balance of Terror. Yeah, Balance of Terror, and they completely butchered it, and I understand that it was supposed to be a different reality, but it was stupid, and obviously, the Romulans would have sensors to tell that they were cargo ships, and so anything they wrote that they thought was clever was not.
Mm-hmm. And
And
like I
it's
said,
not as
Stargate.
it's not as stupid as Starfleet Academy, but it's still not good enough for Star Trek.
Yep, it's SG-1 Atlantis kept really good scripting going. The last show that they did, where they were on the spaceship that was out in the middle of nowhere, I only watched a couple of episodes of it. I never got to watch it, but everybody I talked to about it, they're like it wasn't as good as the earlier stuff. And I'm like, well, I'm holding off on my view of it until I actually get to watch it, because there were some of the stuff in Stargate Atlantis I didn't like, but there was a lot that I loved.
Right. Well,
And it,
Universe had a rough start, and I think if they stayed away from the emo songs at the end of the episodes, it's just, and I think that maybe the character ensemble, I think they had too many characters going on, and I really didn't feel connected to most of them.
yes,
And
if
so
you've got
the magic they had in SG-1 and Atlantis didn't quite match out here.
now having a big ensemble cast isn't that bad if you do it right. Because I've seen some really good big ensemble casts. It just means you can't have everybody in every episode. You have to
Exactly.
you've got to
And I
come up
think
with
they tried. Stargate Universe tried. I don't hate Stargate Universe because you can really tell they were trying to make this work. And right at the end, they did what Stargate SG-1 does in the first episode, where we get the cartouche of all the Stargate network in Universe. They did that at the end of season 2.
yes.
Finally, because the ship was off the entire time. It was dark. Nobody knew how to do anything on it. But finally at the end they said, "Oh, here's the instruction manual." And as soon as we get the instruction manual, sci-fi cuts the show off. I wish I could have seen Stargate Universe season 3.
Yeah. One of the another thing about all the new modern stuff, they make it so dark. It's like, in the future, has nobody paid their freaking lighting bill?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, that is Star Trek Picard season 3 for sure.
now SG-1 was so good with the fact that they had actual military personnel on set to say, no, that's not how you hold the gun. No, that's not how you're going to
Exactly.
do that. You also had scientists that were there, helping with the techno babble to make it make not just make it sound realistic, but to give the gravitas of what the weight of it was.
It's
You
even more
had
important to do that with Stargate because it's near future, so we could have this is theoretical science that
yes,
could be possible
because
in
this was
some cases.
theoretical science meeting real science, and people using
Mhm.
real science to try to understand the theoretical. And they had specialists that came in to do that. They also had uh, people who knew their history, they knew their anthropology, they knew the lore, the mythological lore, to be able to go into it as they were developing the various human offshoots that had been stolen from Earth. Because remember, we had American Indians that had been taken from Earth. They had Greek, Roman, Chinese, Japanese. I mean, they were hitting a little bit of everything that had been taken from Earth at these early times that then got to develop without all the stuff that we had go wrong here on our Earth. I mean, look at the human cultures that had developed their technology was so far advanced than ours because they never dealt with the Black Plague and the Dark Ages where all the technology got reset, like
Hmm.
the
Right. We
the
would be much
Poland.
further on in our technological advances if we didn't have the Dark Ages, and I know that there were some bright spots during that time period, but it was definitely a holdback of some certain things, especially with the destruction of the Library of Alexandria. We were building our knowledge and it all got destroyed. That is a pretty sad thing that happened in our history. I'm not actually sure. I think I lost the thread of exactly what you were talking about, but it's very fascinating conversation. I do want to get back to the episode just for a little bit because we're so close to being able to almost finish this here. And so I just want to get ahead just a little bit. I do like here where O'Neill is pointing his gun towards Apophis and Shari as
Aminette.
Apophis's wife. But Aminette is shielding him. And yeah, she and of course he doesn't fire because he doesn't want to hurt Shari.
Yep.
And that's the problem there. And
I also love
she
the
also,
fact that
yeah.
the way they
Go ahead.
changed the Goa'uld to be into what they turned them into. How they,
What do you mean?
possess people's bodies.
Oh,
That
that's
was
right.
really
From the
cool.
movie to here. Yes.
Yes, it just was so cool. And I mean, the role playing game, they really expanded on it a lot, and it just, oh man, it's so awesome. If anybody out there can get their hands on it, read it. Read the role playing game books. It expands, and it's just so much fun.
That's good. So of course now we've got the SG-1 in the dungeon, in Apophis's dungeon. And we've got, let's see, what is this one? I'm looking at my clips to see where I am. Oh yeah, there it is.
What is this?
It's a watch.
This is not Goa'uld technology.
And so this is a thread that Teal'c is doing throughout the whole episode, examining Earth technology and realizing that this is different. What's different about this? What's going on with these Earthlings? His imagination is firing, even though we don't really hear a lot of that thought process.
Yeah, he was looking for someone that would be able to stand up to the Goa'uld.
Yes.
And
Yes, and he's very excited to see this technology in another species besides the Goa'uld.
that right there is one of those things that just was amazing. I mean, you got to see as the person that everybody, first time you watched it, you were expecting him to be one of the main bad guys you were going to end up having to deal with throughout the show. And instead,
Right, that's how he's set up for sure, if you're not paying close attention.
And like I said, it's just really cool. I mean, they did an awesome thing with the show.
And I think it's really clever to go from Ra, the sun god, to this.
Ra was the sun god who ruled the day. Apophis was the serpent god, Ra's rival, who ruled the night. It's right out of the Book of the Dead.
And oh man, it was awesome.
Hmm.
Let's see, where did I put you?
And then, of course, we've got Apophis and Aminette coming in again. This time, they're looking for somebody to be a host to one of their Goa'uld, and it ends up being Skara. But before they get to him, Daniel Jackson has a surge of passion towards his wife. He wants to rescue her now, and they try to hold him back, but he still causes a bit of a fuss. Let's see, where am I? There it is.
How much would I remember if you chose me?
Daniel, what are you doing?
Something of the host must survive.
And that is a big line. The reason I got that clip for sure is because we hear that again. Something of the host must survive is a big theme, where these parasites can inhabit your body, but they don't completely take away from you entirely. Yep. And that, I don't know. I hope I'm not spoiling it for people who haven't seen it, but we do get to see that eventuality with Goa'ulds and how the host does come back.
That the host does have some effects on the symbiote, and the fact with the Tok'ra, the good Gould
The
that ends up
The good
there's
Gould.
later. Yeah,
Or the Tok'ra, yes. They're like the Trill in Star
that
Trek.
was the Tok'ra. Yeah, yeah, and it
Yeah, the Tok'ra are more like the
like I said,
Trill in Star Trek
they
because the
man, such a
it's not a parasite, and they're not parasites. They are symbiotic, and the host actually wants to be symbiotic with the Tok'ra, and that's a fun thing too.
Yep, and they were it like I said, they did such a wondrous tapestry when they made the show, and this is the start of it, and you get to see the seeds that they planted in this show develop as the series progressed. It it just was really beautiful.
And like Gap was saying earlier, they're choosing who will be the children of the gods. That is the name of the episode. So we get the name of I always love when we get the name of the episode in the episode. And unfortunately, that it does end up being Scar. So we have Jack O'Neill's purpose is to rescue Skara. Daniel Jackson's is to rescue Shuri.
I'll be back in a moment, guys.
Sure, sure. And we'll be here. And of course, they've got to leave the room because my favorite scene is coming up. So get out of here, Apophis. He says, "Kill the rest. I found what I wanted. I got Skara. That's all I wanted. Kill everybody else." This is so he collected all of these people just to kill most of them. And of course, Teal'c has been watching this for years. He like Richard Spick was saying, Teal'c has been trying to find people who could stand up to these false gods. He's known they've been false gods for a long time because he refers in the episode to Goa'uld technology, meaning that he knows that it is not a supernatural ability, but one of technological advancement. And so he doesn't see them as gods. I don't know for how long. I think they get deeper into that background. They get deeper into that as the episodes go along, and we learn about his family. We don't even know he has a family in this episode. So there's a lot of fun things coming up. But the first fun thing is in this episode where Teal'c basically joins the Stargate team, the SG-1 team. But of course, he needs approval from General Hammond and the president and all that because it's like, hey, wait a minute. The enemy wants to be our friend? And that's my favorite thing.
Yeah, that's
I can save these people! Help me!
Many have said that. But you are the first I believe could do it.
That was excellent. I love that part.
I do too. Just another production fact of this live stream. That was the first thing I clipped because I didn't have a ton of time to get clips, but I said if there's just one clip I have to get, I don't have to get any other clips. That's the only one I could have. It would be that one.
Yeah, definitely love it.
Runner up though is this quip.
I have nowhere to go.
For this, you can stay at my place. Let's go.
Oh yeah, I love that one.
And the funny thing is, he does stay at his place for a while.
Yeah.
Which reminds me, hit pause for a second.
Oh, okay. Sure, I will. I'll hit pause after we get. I don't want to blind my audience, so let's. I like to pause on something good, but okay. Let's see what you got. Oh, I see what's going on. Give me just a moment, and we will begin. The chicken's ready. Nice. See, that's how long this live stream is. Richard Spake cooked dinner already.
Yep. Chicken is
Is that Does that mean Jill and I have to make dessert?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, we got to make the mashed potatoes. And you can make a pie.
Mashed potatoes is all good. Oh yeah. No, Kitty, you don't get human food.
Oh, yeah, kitties do love chicken of every kind. But if there's the spices make it not healthy for them. Anyway. Anyway, that's great. They've escaped. And Joke finally got the out that he's been looking for this entire time because he's always wanted to be free. He's known he was a slave for a long time. He didn't just buy the whole, oh, you can lengthen my life and I'll be good to you. But eventually he realized he was not in control of his own destiny. But these are all things we learn later. We don't get too much here. It's just a tease of what's to come. And what a good setup. So many of the things that happen in Children of the Gods are paid off later.
Oh yeah, that is the sign of a good pilot episode of a TV series. You plant the seeds that will grow into great oaks alongside the show itself, and they did really good.
They did. The rest of the episode is basically, fighting the Gould and the Jaffa who are supporting them. And we get to see Teal'c's infant Gould, the larva Gould that he's carrying. And if it were removed from him, he would die. So he pretty much has to keep it around. And so eventually Jack comes up with a nickname for it. I'm sure
Junior.
you all know. Yeah, Junior. I love that. We don't get that here, but it'd be fun to see which episode that first appears in.
Well, the fact that they were looking for ways, they had pharmaceutical companies on Earth trying to find ways that they could replace the need of the Jaffa for to carry the infant larval Gould.
Oh yeah, that eventually does happen. This is true.
Like
he's
I said,
finally
they set that down.
Eventually finally freed. And when they get that, then he can free even more Jaffa. And that starts the whole thing.
Yep. And it was, like I said, they set a whole lot of what ends up growing to make the show stand so well on its own. Even after Richard Dean Anderson left the show, and they brought in Ben Broward, and a lot of the cast from Farscape ended up coming over, because remember, Farscape ended not that long after what was it? Because when they ended Farscape, they had already had a lot of cross pollination going on, because special effects people.
And Claudia Black shows up in Stargate. She's fun.
Yes, the special effects people that worked on both Stargate SG-1 and Farscape, they worked on both projects. And kind of like what ended up happening with Andromeda, because there were a lot of people that had worked on Stargate SG-1 that ended up going and doing work on Andromeda. Not just Michael Shanks, but there were a whole lot of guest appearances and stuff that you would see, which was really cool.
That is really cool. Yeah, it's always great to see a good actor get a lot of roles and get to see him in a lot, especially a sci-fi actor for me.
Oh yeah,
the funnest thing. Oh, and here is coming up is a big explosion that ends up in the opening credits later on in the series. It's a cool explosion and it definitely deserves to be in the opening credits. And there it is. There
That
it is.
that cool. That I enjoyed that.
Yeah, I would have gotten more of the battle, but I ran out of time, so I couldn't get too much. But it was wonderful that somebody had a rocket launcher. Hooray!
Playing the RPG, you get to do stuff like that.
Mhm. Oh, nice. Yeah, and so of course they save the refugees that they can save. Unfortunately, this is a battle, and some of them do fall. But they save everybody they can, and he sees. So much like Daniel Jackson had to see Shari, that Shari no longer recognizes him. Now O'Neill sees Skara, and of course he does not recognize him either, and he just throws him back like he's nothing because that is what his Gould will do. He has a name too. I forgot his name also. The
Hold on,
Gould's
I'll
name.
find it.
Skara's Gould. He comes back with the Force. Lots of fun episodes with him. Not enough, but some good stuff. Uh, I I especially loved the trial episode.
Where's it
Mhm.
at? Chikara. Cole Rail. Klorel. And he was the
Wow.
son. He actually was Apophysis' son.
Oh,
Correct.
oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Hmm. So they
And
make it back just in time. There's lots of fun tension. You think, oh no, they're not going to make it in time because Samuel's is saying, they're past their deadline. We said we were going to rescind their transmission codes, and so we better do that. And eventually, General Hammond agrees, and so they're just about to do it. And fortunately, just at that exact moment, Daniel Jackson finds his notebook that has the coordinates, and they eventually, of course, do not die at the end of the iris, but a few Jaffa do, and you can hear their thud, and that thud of the enemies against the iris is a recurring thing throughout the series.
Mm-hmm.
It's an interesting way to display death without actually having to display it. It's just the sound. And sometimes that's a little bit creepier.
Oh yeah. One of the best scenes in moviedom. There, shoot. It was one of the pirate movies that was done by Errol Flynn, and the scene. Rich dude swallows this big, huge ruby ring, and the pirates wanted, and he thinks, he got away with it, and they just see the pirate pulls a blade and just starts walking up to the guy, and then they turn it away, and you just hear the noise, and people flinching, and yeah, that was a really. You don't have to
Yeah.
show it all the time, you know.
Yeah, you don't always have to show it. Sometimes, yeah, just hearing a bone break or something will say a lot more than the actual gore ever could.
Oh yeah.
But all of this is good from beginning to end. Nothing ever slows down with this pilot TV movie first episode of Stargate. It is just a wonderful, wonderful beginning.
Jordan
And
um, Balles, is that how you say it? Jordan Balles in the chat has a hi. Have you guys watched the Jurassic Park Super Bowl commercial? And do you love Morgan Le Fay in Stargate? And no and yes.
Morgan Le Fay and Stargate. Um,
No and yes. That's mine
yeah,
also.
yeah. I don't remember her. Oh, what does she do in Stargate? Morgan Le Fay.
She was one of
I know
the.
she's powerful. That's the later seasons,
She
right?
was. Mhm. She was in Stargate, the Ark of Truth, played by Sarah Strange.
Oh, the TV movie. Okay. Okay,
Mhm.
good. Well, that's great. Thank you so much for stopping by, Jordan. She is played by Sarah Strange. Thank you. Thank you. I have not seen the Jurassic Park Super Bowl, but I bet you anything it is better than the last Jurassic Park world that some people had the misfortune of seeing. I heard it wasn't that good, but the commercial is probably great. And even if it isn't, it's only a minute. And so they vow to save the people that they want to save, of course, Kara, Shuri, but also we've got a new series, and we're gonna explore a lot of things, and we're gonna learn. And it's not just about the personal stuff. They've also got a lot of things that they're gonna use to help Earth. That's it. That's the first episode. We did it. It only took 4.5 hours.
Yes, we
Yay!
had fun doing it.
It's
That's
true.
the
That's
important.
true. There was a lot of fun fandom that you guys were sharing, especially you two who have stuck it out. As soon as you did make it, Richard Spakey stuck around, and Gap, you've been here from the beginning, and I loved all the cool stuff you showed us. You even talked about the watch, and then you actually showed it off, and that is a cool
Oh,
watch.
well, thank you.
Uh,
Thank you for having me. I thoroughly enjoyed this. This made my day.
Yeah, me too. Actually, I have been wanting to talk about Stargate for years, and finally, it is part of a rotation that I hope to continue whenever I have another episode. It's not scheduled, so it's just going to be. I feel like Stargate today, and we're gonna have another one.
Yeah.
And
Just let me know,
yeah,
and if I can make it, I'll be here.
Yeah, this was exciting. I mean, it just,
right on, right on.
yep, this was the best. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Yeah, and if you guys have any final thoughts about the episode, or what you think about it, we're gonna be wrapping up soon because I've got stuff to do too. It is a Friday, and
I would give
but
a 10 out of 10, and I think it was well acted, well written, well put together, well filmed.
Yep, it was really good, and it it still holds up after all these years.
Yes,
yeah, and it's true.
That's a sign of a really good show. I mean, there's shows out there that I enjoyed when they first came out, and then go back and watch them today. I'm like, this doesn't feel the same as it did back then.
Yeah, a lot of things do not age so well, and so this is something that is a bit more. There are some things that date it, but it's still fun.
I
And
used to watch My Favorite Martian because I loved it. It was a really good, cute comedy when I was a kid, and actually had somebody ask me if the reason why I didn't like it now was the fact it was in black and white. I'm like, no, there's stuff I still watch in black and white, like Rawhide, um, Wagon Train, the I think
Gilligan's
it was
Island.
Yeah, Gilligan's Island. So that wasn't it. I don't know why My Favorite Martian just hasn't kept that whole feel for me.
I've never seen it, so I couldn't tell you. But then I'll watch it and say, yeah, no, what was that? I don't know. We'll see.
Well,
We'll see if I ever
it
get
was
around to
a good
watch.
comedy. I mean,
Mhm.
it in many ways it was like Alf,
Oh,
except for the
Alf,
fact
really?
that the Martian played by okay, the guy that played the human was Bill Bixby, and the guy that was playing the Martian was he played Boothby in Star Trek.
On Star Trek? Yeah, at the real Starfleet Academy.
Yes,
Yes, that's right.
he played Boothby, and in Star Trek: The Next Generation, but in the My Favorite Martian, he played the Martian, and the fact that he looked human whenever he retracted his antennae allowed him to be able to get away with some stuff, even though most of the humor revolved around the fact of the Martian trying to understand human society, and it was a really good show.
Ray Watson. That's I just thought of it. Ray Watson.
Yes, it was a really
Okay,
good
you made it
show.
sound better now. Yeah, that does sound good.
So yeah,
That
it's
reminds me of Spock putting a headband on to hide his ears.
yes,
Yeah.
and like I said, the show was good. It's one of those shows that actually, if they were to do a version of it today, they could probably pull it off if they actually had decent writers. But that's the problem. You need decent writers.
Yeah, they are out there. Some of them are making Fallout, but yeah, they're out there.
All right, thank you.
Jordan says the Stargate TV show was better than the movie. I agree with that, but we would not have the TV show without the movie. So I still love the movie for introducing us to these concepts and the TV show for making everything even better.
Yep.
Yeah.
The one thing that I always thought was that they're parallel show reality types, and it just one built off of what the other started and made it better.
Yeah,
And
and also there's tons of Star Trek alums in Stargate.
oh yeah,
There is. Well, even just in this one episode, you had somebody doing a Vulcan salute. It was poorly done salute, but it was there.
Yeah.
And yeah, that does continue. Also, Simpsons come into play at one point too.
I just love the fact that this actually proves one of my big things I talk about. Is whenever you talk about the stuff you love with others, and you spread that love, it grows and it brings people together. And I just want more of this. This is what we need more of in the world,
Yeah, Stargate definitely did that like Star Trek did.
Mm-hmm. And
I mean, I was telling Jill earlier that the fans are so together for almost 30 plus years that for the past several years they've been making Stargate trend on Twitter every so often throughout the year, and just to show you what power they had, and they're still around.
yeah, and it's inspiring them to bring the show back, and it's like the AI fan films that people have been posting for on YouTube for Star Wars, proving that Star Wars isn't dead. It's just the fact that people want real Star Wars again. I've been expecting Star Trek stuff to come out because the Star Trek fan films, whenever they get posted, people are eating that stuff up.
Yeah,
Exactly. When I say that there's been no good Star Trek since 2005, I always mean officially because Star Trek Continues happened after that, and it is an incredible series. I love Star Trek Continues.
I
It was
do all
amazing.
I also, and then all the people. What was it? It was something Gods with the Star Trek fandom did. That movie that Nichelle Nichols was in. That was fan funded.
Yeah, there's lots of good stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
and Kurtzman got so butthurt about it, he forced them to.
Yeah, he
put all
shut
these
down
restrictions.
Axanar, which retroactively shut down everybody else.
Yeah,
And
that was sad because
sad.
that was sad. My mom introduced me to Star Trek and sci-fi, and my mom bought me the Stargate the movie novel before novel.
And that's a story I forgot to tell, is that I learned that Christopher Judge, the way he got his role was that he was hanging out with a friend who was reading something, and he was already a fan of the movie, and he said, "Are you reading for Stargate?" And apparently he was reading for Stargate, and then he called his agent, and apparently this is what I heard on the internet, is that he called his agent and said, "Get me an audition for Stargate or I'm walking." So, do you know about this story, Gap? Because I just heard it today.
Yes, I do, and it's really cool.
Yeah,
See,
yeah. So he's a fan of his own thing.
You can
Yeah,
tell that they love their sci-fi, man.
Yeah, I love Christopher Judd. I think he's excellent.
I mean, so you can see where if you're when the actors and the people that work on a project love what they're working on, you can't help but see it. It shines through. It gives more depth to what they're working on.
Yeah, and that's what I mentioned earlier, Richard, is Don S. Davis, General, aka General Hammond, said before he passed away in an interview, it felt like family and lightning in a bottle, and magic was created because of that.
Yes,
and everybody involved.
Don was one of my favorite actors.
I love him.
And I still remember I can't remember which convention it was that I was at when they announced that he had passed away. People were crying the outpouring of grief when Don died reminded me of when President Reagan died, because I was at Con Carolinas when they announced that President Reagan died, and they announced the one MC, that President Reagan had passed, and it got quiet at the convention center, and everybody got quiet, and several of us were crying. And when Don S. Davis, they announced that he had passed away, it was the same. Oh my God, you got to be kidding me! And the people who didn't know that General Hammond's what his real name was, were like, "Wait, who?" And when we explained who it was, they're like, "No," because he did so much stuff on the Sci-Fi Network, it wasn't even funny. Because there were people who didn't watch Stargate SG-1, but they knew who he was as an actor because of all the other stuff that TV shows and movies that he did there on Sci-Fi.
Right.
And he loved Sci-Fi. He was a big fan, and you could see it. He cared about the fandom. He was one of the big champions of fandom and getting the other people that were starring in stuff with him to actually go to conventions and meet the fans. And I'm trying to remember. There was a convention I went to, and somebody was talking about the fact that, they had avoided going to conventions because they didn't like people, fawning on them and pawing them and all this other stuff, until he convinced them to go, that it's not as bad as you think it is. And he's like, So he went to his first convention as himself and was expecting people to make his life miserable, and instead he found that the fans were treating him with respect and thanking him for entertainment they gave and the inspiration that the characters that they had portrayed gave them, and it completely turned his entire outlook on going to conventions and interacting with fans around. And
That's great. That's a great story. I wish you remembered who it was, because Nichelle Nichols really loved being at conventions, and there was one point where it wasn't her day to, sign autographs or do all those things. She just wanted to attend the NASA panel. And she said, "I'm just at first the fans were attending to her, and she said, 'I love you guys and I know you love me, but today I'm a fan just like you and I want to go see this thing.'" And they all left. Like they all left her alone. And so that's that respect you're talking about.
yep,
Yeah.
and it was like I said, these people that truly loved what they're doing, it's just amazing.
Oh, Penny just got a call from the nursing home. And
Oh no, Penny.
oh,
I am so
my
sorry.
mother-in-law died.
Oh, sorry.
Headed
And
out.
Oh,
sending
Oh
prayers.
no, Penny.
Wow.
I'm
Uh,
so sorry.
just be careful, Penny, and we'll keep you in our thoughts and prayers.
Exactly.
Yes,
Oh
that's
man,
some prayers.
I'm so
Gosh,
sorry.
Penny,
Yeah,
that is
give your
terrible
husband
news.
our thoughts
Okay,
too.
he's breaking up a bit, but Richard Spake is saying to give your husband a hug.
Yes, hugs and
Okay.
Oh
prayers.
man, I am. You be blessed. Just know that you're. Just be blessed.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, we all feel for you, Penny. It's
Oh God,
see,
yeah.
I'm going to my mother-in-law's birthday tomorrow, and she's getting up there as well, but
Yeah. My ex-in-laws are 2 years older than me.
Hmm.
That's what happens when you marry somebody that's 15 years younger than you. Sad.
Well,
I don't recommend it.
well,
I don't recommend it. Well, I
well,
got to
thanks
get
for the
ready to run,
advice.
Miss Jill.
Yeah.
Hey, biggest advice I've got for dating for guys out there, okay? If you're going to date a woman that is from the United Kingdom, first off, Cornish women, yes. Welsh women, yes. They're good. Yes, yes. Irish women, oh yeah. Scottish women, oh yes, definitely. English women, no, no, run. Just run until you pass out. And then when you come to, start running again, screaming, no, again, and then you can take a break and go, oh my God, I just avoided horror.
That's what happens when I change brands. Sorry about that.
It,
But also thank you for the advice you wanted to share. And thank you for hanging out to talk about this amazing series and
thank
how
you. You
meaningful
guys
it
have a
is.
blessed day.
It is do you want to promote your channel or anything that you got coming up?
Monday, we're going to be doing a deep dive into the Epstein files over on Rumble. Um, I'm trying to set up a couple of Let's Talks about various subjects. One of the big subjects I'd love to do a Let's Talk about is the the Star Trek Adventures role playing game that I was going to see if you'd be willing to come in and talk about Star Trek. Just doing a basic telling people what you love about Star Trek, and sharing it.
I'll have to find a time that we can do that.
All right, and do the same thing with Gap After Dark for Stargate and the Stargate role playing game. Because
you know what, that sounds like a lot of fun.
Well, considering the fact that you actually also donated for when they kickstarted it, the new game that just came out a couple of years ago, that would be fun too.
Yeah, definitely. I love the way the leather bound edition. I splurged for the leather bound, and I just love the way it's put together, and that MGM was heavily involved in it. So
yep. Well, in all honesty, that Kickstarter is also part of the things that proved that there is still enough interest in Stargate to get them to do more stuff with it.
Exactly, and also, Richard, we've gotten those models from Stargate Ships Collection from Eagle Moss, but then Master Replicas in London took it over, and they are now releasing Stargate Atlantis ships like the Puddle Jumper, and they've released all 3 Stargate versions from all 3 series, and it's so popular they keep on they're going to be adding more ships and stuff to the Stargate collections. Plus, this company called Brix, Brixx, in Germany, has been making tons of buco of money doing their Germany's version of Legos, but like the Stargate embarkation room brick set and the chevrons.
I want to get the Puddle Jumper model. I've been trying to find it where I can. That's at a price I can actually afford. Because I've got
Richard, it's called Master Replicas. Just put in Master Replicas Stargate, and it'll pull it up, and then it'll put it to the United States. Everyone ships from. However, it's only $15 shipping across the pond to the United States.
Oh, okay. Let's see. I'm pulling it up right now.
I've got some of them. I've got most, and the one I was so excited to get was the gold mothership model from Eagle Moss. Oh my God, it's beautiful.
Wow.
It is a beautiful model. I'm looking at it right now. It's gorgeous. I want to get the
it's
and the Prometheus.
Eagle Moss got bought out by Master Replica. And so you're saying they're going to make new stuff? They're making new things?
Yes, they took. It used to be called a company in the UK called Eagle Moss, or AKA Hero Click.
Yes, I remember Eagle Moss.
Yeah, and it was going to go into bankruptcy in London, but then Master Replicas took over it, talked to MGM, and got the license to pick it up and to continue ship line collection. And there will be more stuff coming out. They also have the Asgard ship, Thor's ship.
Yeah, Bill,
and aren't they beautiful? They're
I've got an Orville.
If anybody wants.
I've got an Orville from Eagle Moss.
You do?
So, yeah, they do great work. Yes, and a shuttlecraft.
If you also look on eBay, And if you also look on Amazon, they do have some Stargate ships from Amazon too. But I wanted to ask, Jill, if you ever do an Orville thing, if I don't sell it, I'd like to give away an Orville for your considerations Emmy DVD with an episode on it.
You want to? I'm not sure what you're saying. You want to give away what?
I have
You want to?
for your consideration Emmy. It's what they send to the Emmy voters, and it's for Emmy voters to watch episodes of the Orville. It's a two-parter. I can't remember what it was. I'll have to look it up and I'll message you. But if I don't sell
Okay.
it, yeah, if I
So
don't
it's like
sell
so.
it,
Are you
I
mean
want to
it's
get
like some kind of promotional item?
yes. It's just for Emmy voters.
I see. That's interesting.
Yeah, and if I
Okay. Well,
don't
I hope you
sell
do
it,
sell it. I hope you do sell it and you get some profit from it. But otherwise, I'm not going to turn it away.
yeah, because it's really cool but there's several places to get that Eagle Moss stuff with the Eagle Moss Hero Click logo still on it. Even for the Stargate, that would be the eBay and the Amazon. But Master Replicas, just type in Master Replica Stargate, and as Richard has been looking at, they've got a lot of selection. I'm saving up to get the Stargate Universe Gate and everything. And it was so popular that last year at San Diego Comic-Con, Master Replicas did a mini collectible version of the Stargate, just available for San Diego Comic-Con only. Never seen it anywhere else since.
Mm-hmm. Wow. So, Richard Spake, are you still breaking up, or did you want to?
A little bit. Y'all keep breaking up and sometimes doing the start.
Yeah, maybe that's a sign you gotta go.
Yeah.
And,
Well, thank you for having me, Jill. And
you're welcome.
Y'all be blessed. And Penny, I'm going to be keeping you and your family in my heart and prayers.
Yes, and everybody, if everybody could do that, think of Penny today. And if you don't pray, then positive thoughts and love to Penny.
Yes, definitely. We love you, Penny. You're an awesome person.
Yep, you're one of the good eggs. So we got to make sure you stay good.
Yes, she's a positive force everywhere she goes.
Yep, and that's what we need more of in this world. We need a lot more love in it, and we need a lot more people going out there and being the positive change that we want to see. Because that's how I end my live streams, with telling people the only way we're going to make the world a better place is to go out there and be positive.
Yeah, that's a good point, because there are things that you can complain about, but if there's something to complain about, there's something you can do about it.
Yes.
Yeah. I sorry, I accidentally kicked myself out.
That's okay.
But yeah.
And I'm specifically meaning pop culture in that instance, not other things.
Yeah, you mentioned Gilligan's Island, pop culture curator. I miss him, but
I miss him too. I wanted to be on that panel, but I just had so many things going on. I never got around to showing up with him and Gorilla. But I'm glad they did that show.
Yeah, it was a nice tribute.
Frying chicken while being on a panel is tricky.
Yes,
well, Rich is an expert.
Hey, that's how much I love getting to talk with you guys and getting to hang with you. It's
Speaking of which, I probably should make dinner for my family too. They also like eating.
Yeah, you know what? While we've been doing this for oh my God, almost 5 hours now, My mom made chicken fried rice for me, and I ate it on a break. I was so glad when Ista and Richard and them came in because I was like, "Oh, I get to eat."
Nice. That's
Hey,
so
if
perfect.
we ever get able to have an in-person meeting, I can't wait to cook for you guys.
Oh, well, that
Oh,
would be cool. And you know,
definitely.
I hope they start the Stargate conventions back up before the show comes out, the
Me
new
too.
one.
Oh, they should do it. They should do it next year because that's the 30th. They've got to.
They
They've got to
have
bring
to.
the whole crew together.
Oh, and I'm sorry, I'm getting excited again, and just tell me when we have to go. But I have so much Stargate
Yeah,
stuff,
I have to
and
go.
I
But
have so much
save it for
Stargate
next
stuff.
time.
But you got to get that Stargate SG-1 Ultimate Visual Guide.
I agree. I will
Yep.
have it for a resource the next time we talk.
Yep.
Is there anything that you want to share? Anything going on with your channel? Anything that you want people to know about? Anybody else you want to promote? Just anything
My
at
channel
all.
is kind of stagnant right now because I haven't been feeling actually good until today. This got me so excited. I was like, "Oh my God, wow!" Um, uh, I'm almost to 1,000. I'm almost to the 1,000 mark after having my channel blown away, as you know.
You
And
were already at 1,000, but it got destroyed.
yeah, got destroyed. So we're almost back. And I think I'll do a just a celebration when, you know, and put something together. And I was thinking about doing a Stargate documentary and putting that together sometime this summer. So that's what I kind of want to do.
Oh, that would be nice. And you're a great person too. You got a lot of knowledge on that. That'd be great. I
Well,
can't wait to see that.
thank you. Richard's got a lot. Everybody's got a lot. That's what I love. I'll just say this real quick. But we have so many great talent and great people and great knowledge in this community that we have, and it brings people together.
Well, like I say,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
we're more of a family than just a community
Yeah, yeah.
because we love each other and we care about each other and we worry about each other. And
Mm-hmm.
which reminds me, whenever you see Scotty again, Joe, give him a nice gib slap.
Yeah, for bailing out on us for a haircut.
Yeah.
For a haircut. Yeah, I don't
Next
know.
time he needs a haircut, tell him to come over to my house. I'll give him a haircut for free.
Sometimes he says one thing and it's like really maybe it was
We'll give him
okay.
Richard. We'll
It
give
was.
him
It was just a haircut.
a Floby haircut. Remember that? You know what that is, Jill? A Floby.
Yeah, yeah. People put vacuums on their heads.
Yeah, we're guess what we're gonna do to Scotty. Just kidding.
Yeah, I love you guys. Thank you for this.
Well,
Thank
you all are awesome, and thank you. And go cook dinner, Jill.
Yeah, I will. I will. And just one more note. I just found out today that the Air Force honored Richard Dean Anderson. He won an honor for his positive depiction of the Air Force in
That's awesome.
Stargate. So Stargate does have an impact that goes
Yes.
beyond the celluloid,
Yep.
which is really great. And I can't wait to talk about it again. There's always so much to talk about. Obviously, Gap After Dark is an endless well, and Richard Spake has a lot of passion. And also, I want to thank Estephobos for showing up as long as he could. He wanted to be here for longer, but he had other obligations or something else happened. And so, just spiritually, he was here the whole time, but he couldn't actually be. And thank you also to who else was here today? Besides
Scotty.
Scotty. Scotty was great. Of course, Scotty's always wonderful and good fun. And along with the haircut, I just got news that he also made a potato soup. So
Ah.
so he was doing stuff for his family as well as
Hey,
getting
a
his haircut.
potato soup done right is really good.
Mhm.
Especially a potato chowder where you add some diced ham, a little bit of bacon, really good.
Yeah, I'm not sure what was in it because I haven't really investigated it yet. But thank you to
Well,
Scotty, and thank
and
you Gap, and thanks you Richard. Yeah.
thank you, thank you so much. And finally, you and I got to do this, Jill.
I know this was actually in the works last year, but it just
Mm.
it wasn't syncing up. And I just thought, man, I got to talk about Stargate. I really wanted Gap there, but I just have to do it. And I got lucky that you were actually available and feeling good. And I hope your health continues to improve and you get better.
Yeah, thank you, and everybody in the chat, and Jill, and everybody that's on and was. Have a great, wonderful weekend.
Yes, yes. Have a wonderful weekend. And speaking of the chat, we did have a lot of people here. I'm not sure that YouTube caught them all, but it looks like we had James Caserta, Nim, PJB, 3PO. I wonder who that is. Sometimes they use this at, so I don't know. That it might be somebody I know, but I just don't recognize the at. Let's see. It is PJ Bear. Yeah, I know PJ Bear. See, that helped. I had to type it in my YouTube. Real Wade Nation Gaming, Thrawn Kill, Scooby Pup, Kronos, A Good Place, Swollen Salad. So Richard's Baked Son, Brogu, Ben from Cinema Gulp also really likes Stargate. Sometimes I forget he likes Stargate, but it would have been cool if he could have shown up. But I think he was at work. Crouching Taylor, Hidden Swift. Oh, also speaking of work, I was trying to get Steve from the Phantasmagorium to show up because he's also a big Stargate fan, but he's also working, so and that's understandable. My show is in the middle of the day, and so it's tough to get um, people who are working on the panel because we want them to keep their jobs. Thank you to Euler Greg, FKHC 2005, Kevin Theme Park Adventure, DJ Ronnie G, Jordan. Jordan was here. Jordan believes. Not Z, 3PO. And Daniel's Hot Topics, Christian Fandom Geek, Lord Thoth. It's always wonderful to see Lord Thoth and Jason Love. And Wendy Trauma Warrior, thank you for checking in when you can. And all my condolences and everything to Penny. I I'm I'm not good at that kind of stuff, but hopefully you got a lot of support and you're able to support your husband in turn. And thank you to Gavin Blackburn. Thanks to David Jones, Lemon Pie, and Old Man Bird. And thank you so much for the present donation earlier, Old Man Bird. And yeah, so let me see what that was. $9.99 super chat. I don't do it for the super chats, but I always love to get one. And thanks for hanging out. And we will I hope you have a great weekend and we'll talk more about Stargate. We didn't even say yeah, we didn't even say 5% of the things we could say about this show. Oh, I knocked everybody out. There's just so much. And I love how everything develops and we'll get to it soon. Maybe it just won't happen quickly enough.
I
I
don't know
wish it
if you
were
can
a
hear
weekly.
me, but all of a
Yeah.
sudden the volume went out.
For me? Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, as long as you can. We're gonna end the show then. And
Y'all be good.
and yes, you too. Everything's going funky because I'm
Zachary
finding
says,
my
middle of the day. It's 11 p.m. where he's at.
oh
That's
oh
in
that's
the
true.
UK.
It's the middle of the day for me when my show starts, and then it's the work time hours. But I'm glad you you're checking in. But I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you around.
All right, you be.
Sorry, cut you off there.
I said, be good and be blessed.
Yes.
Learn all that is learnable.
And the ways our differences combine to create meaning and beauty.
It has always been easier to destroy than to create.
May we together become greater than the sum of both of us.
Well, now you have something new to think about. Carry on.
I'll get you next time, Gadget. Next time.
I can save these people! Help me!
Many have said that. But you are the first I believe could do it.